started, please. Good morning, everyone. I am Jonathan Lester, Councillor and Chairman of General Scrutiny Committee, and I'll be chairing today's meeting. Before I start the business of the meeting, I will go to each committee member to confirm that they can hear and be heard. It is a legal requirement for me to do so. If you can, please have your video on so that you can be seen by those in attendance and the public watching. Please advise me at once if at any time during the meeting you experience a technical difficulty that prevents you from hearing or being heard. I will now call each councillor's name in turn. Please speak to confirm that you are able to hear me, and I will confirm in response that I can hear you. Councillor Tracy Bowes.
Good morning, Chair. Yes, I can see and hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barry Durkin.
Yes, Chairman, I can hear you.
You. Councillor Bob Matthews.
Yeah, I can see and hear you, Chairman.
You. Councillor Louis Stark.
Good morning, everyone. I can hear and see you, Chairman.
Councillor William Wilding.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I can see and hear.
And also Councillor Sebastian Bowen.
Chairman, I can see and hear you, and good morning, Jim.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I'm just, we will confirm in a moment, but Councillor Bowen is here to replace as a substitute for Councillor Hewitt. Also in attendance, we have Councillor David Hitchener, Leader of the Council. We also have Councillor John Harrington, the Cabinet Member for Infrastructure and Transport. Sadly, Councillor Harrington will have to leave the meeting at around 12 o'clock. That's due to a funeral, and so we offer our sincere condolences and understand why he will have to leave. The monitoring officer has advised that Councillor Hardwick, who's the ward member for the Backbury ward, has a disclosable pecuniary interest in the Foundhope Road as a joint landowner at Legmere Ley, and therefore will not be able to participate in the meeting, and so please record his apologies. Because the area affected also concerns the Old Gore ward, we will have comments from the ward councillor, Councillor Barry Durkin. He's also a member of this committee, but we will give him his own time slots so that he can make any contributions on behalf of the people that he represents. I'm also very happy to be able to welcome the representatives from Foundhope Parish Council. We have Mr. Kevin Braybrook, and I will confirm that he can be seen and be heard in a moment. He's the Vice Chair of the Council and Chair of the Highways Working Group. So a very good morning to Mr. Braybrook. And also we are joined by the Chairman of Woolhope Parish Council, Mr. Matt Slocum, and we will be hearing from him as well. So good morning to him. Right. Okay. Also in attendance, we have officers that will be making their contributions to the meeting. We have Mairead Lane, the Assistant Director for Highways and Transport, Clive Hall, the Acting Expert Advisor. Steve Hodges will be joining us later in the meeting. And we have representatives from Balfour Beatty. We have Laura Lloyd, the Contracts Manager, James Reynolds, the Design and Build Manager, and for the item on the flood risk management, we will be joined by Mr. David Throop, from the Environment Agency, but I'm not sure that they're in attendance at this moment. Right, is there anyone else I have overlooked? Which is always a possibility. No, if not, we'll press on. The Council is making a video and audio stream of this meeting live on the internet and making an official recording. First of all, can I have apologies for absence? Any apologies for absence?
Sorry, apologies for Councillor Hewitt, Chairman. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And item 2 on the agenda, named substitutes. We have Councillor Bowen for Councillor Hewitt. Councillor Bowen, you're no stranger to scrutiny committees and you're very welcome. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much indeed. Pleasure to be back here among in your company.
Item 3 on the agenda is declarations of interest. Please indicate by raising your virtual hand if you wish to declare a Schedule 1, Schedule 2, or any other declarable interest, and I will call each councillor in turn. Any declarations of interests? No. Okay, thank you very much. Next item, is item 4 on the agenda, to receive the minutes of the meeting held on the 25th of January. No matters of accuracy have been notified to the monitoring officer, so therefore we can go to the votes. Non-voting attendees will be moved to the breakout room for a few moments. They will be automatically returned to the meeting room once the eligible votes have been cast. Please can non-voting attendees now move out of the main room and the voting number of members be confirmed.
Chairman, we have 7 voting members and they should be allowed to vote now.
So you should have all by now seen the poll to be put on your screen. You'll be able to select for or against or abstain.
All votes are in, Chairman. I have 5 for and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you very much. Move on to agenda item 5, questions from the public. Confirm that we have received no questions from members of the public. And also agenda item 6, questions from members of the council. I can also confirm that there have been no questions from councillors. So we'll move on to the first item of substance today is the item on the Foundhope flood repair work. As I say, I've already welcomed representatives from Foundhope and Woolhope parish councils, and they are very welcome. I think it's important to emphasise that we are considering this matter in response to a specific request from Foundhope Parish Council. We're grateful for them thinking that we should be reviewing this matter. And the following additional material has been published as a supplement on the agenda papers. We have the proposed order of business for consideration of this item, the submission from Foundhope Parish Council, and we have site photographs, and photographs give a vivid and graphic portrayal of the problems that were faced. Before I begin, I would like to remind the committee that paragraph 45 of the report refers to the commissioning of an independent review of the Foundhope Road repair project. In making our recommendations, there is an opportunity to propose matters for inclusion in that review. So please bear in mind that while we're having our debate. We have a opportunity to see a short video, part of a short video, which really gives us a lot of context to the issue before us, and that will benefit members of the public who are watching. So can I ask that we go over to the video?
I'm at the B4224 between Fiddler's Green and Foundhope, just south of Hereford, where we've got a significant landslip due to Storm Dennis. Within this landslip, we also have gas and comms cables that we're trying to make safe and divert. We also have further up, about 400 meters behind me, another significant issue where we have a retaining wall supporting the carriageway which has collapsed. We're working to resolve these issues as quickly as we can. Found Hope is open, business as usual. We have diversions in place to make sure that that's the case. We are at the Home Lacey Causeway, where we've just finished reconstructing the causeway for the second time in the last few months due to numerous storm events we've had. The most recent storm, Dennis, a couple of weeks ago, we had water coming through up to my knees across the carriageway here, which washed out the rock armour on the edge you can see over here, and made the edge of the carriageway very unstable. So we've come in, rebuilt the rock armour, reinstated the verge and re-topsoiled the edge. So we've had the road closed for 2 weeks now, just finishing off. While we had the road closed, we took the opportunity to continue some bridge works on Home Lacey Bridge behind me, brought forward the bridge bearings and expansion joint works to get them carried out under the current closure to try and minimise disruption to the local residents. And we've also been carrying out bridge cat sonar survey of Home Lacey Bridge piers to ensure the bridge is in a safe condition to be continually used.
Well, across Herefordshire there's been more than 500 homes and businesses flooded, and alongside that as well, communities that have been partially isolated by the fact that the damage to the road network has meant we can't get routes in and out to them. We've got more than £10 million of damage to our highway network, alongside the impact on those communities and people's lives and livelihoods. We receive each year about £11 million from government for the maintenance of our road, and our road network is a £4.3 billion asset. So we've written to the Prime Minister setting out the needs that we have in terms of the infrastructure damage and the ongoing need in order to be able to continue to improve the condition of our road network and make it resilient to future events.
Well, apologies for the apologies for the video, how it was stagnated, the speech. I'm not quite sure why that was, but there were some really important points that were made there. So we may, as Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Hall are here during the meeting, we may come back to see if you could repeat some of the comments that you made. Anyway, we will press on. So we have a brief report from Officers Mairead Lane and Clive Hall. So if I can hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll start and then I'll hand over to Clive. And as you said, we'll do a short introduction to set out the content of the flood repair work report, which your committee is considering today. And then Clive and I will be here with James and Laura to answer any specific questions the committee have. The report summarises how the flood repair works were delivered following the storm event, which you saw the images of just now, and also presents lessons to be learned for the future. There are 2 report recommendations in the committee report, that the committee considers the report and submits any findings and recommendations to the executive for consideration. And as you mentioned, Chair, at the start, this could include recommendations for the external review, which the Cabinet Member for Infrastructure and Transport has committed to undertake into the delivery of these projects. To start with, and perhaps just to add to the images from the video, I'd like to just put 3 slides up on the screen, Tim, if that's okay, just for anyone either within the committee or watching that may not be familiar with the location of the 2 storm damaged sites on the B4224. The first slide in front of you shows the location of the sites which we refer to as the Lechmerley landslip and the Stone Cottage retaining wall failure, quite close together on the B4224, just south of the junction of the road with the Home Lacey Causeway route. Within this slide, there are 2 extracts which show the formal diversion route on the top right-hand side of this slide, which, as you can see, on the A and B road network is a fairly long diversion route for people travelling to and from Fawnhope to Hereford and indeed North Herefordshire. To the left-hand side of the slide, on the bottom of the slide, is the local routes which are available to bypass the closure of the B4224, a much shorter route, but mainly on unclassified highway network. Thanks, Tim. Just the next 2 slides, zoom in, if we could, Tim, on the second slide, with the collapse and damage of the section of the Stone Cottage retaining wall failure. You'll have seen that image on the video just now, and that shows the section which has failed as a result of poor water pressure and the spoil that's being deposited into the garden at the bottom of the highway. And the third slide, Tim, shows the Lechmerley location just to the south of that, where, as you can see, the highway embankment has slipped and the extensive damage to the running lane of the carriageway at the top of the embankment. Thank you. So moving on to the report, a short summary of the key considerations section of the report, which sets out the storm event, the damage sustained both at Fawnhope and across the county, and our response to and repair of the network following the significant exceptional storm we had in February of last year. The report sets out the storm Dennis hit Herefordshire during the weekend of the 15th and 16th of February, and it did result in significant damage and flooding that you saw in the video, both from runoff and river flooding, with many of the rivers in Herefordshire actually reaching their highest levels in 200 years. The council mobilised during the weekend as part of a multi-agency response and a recovery group to deal with the impact of the flood. And Clive spoke about that on the video and set out the number of houses that had flooded during the event and the number of road closures that had been put in place and the impact that was having on communities in terms of travel and indeed access to homes. Clean-up and recovery followed that weekend as soon as possible and as soon as flooding had subsided. Clive gave an outlay of the amount of damage and value of the damage that had been sustained as a result of the floods, and government did declare this storm was a major incident and made the Belwyn scheme available to Herefordshire Council to fund immediate response and repair from the weekend of the 15th and 16th through to the end of March. In total, there were nearly 139 sites significantly damaged across the county. And by the end of March, the council had managed to clean and restore to normal use 72 of those damaged sites. But the scale of the damage that Clive referred to in the video meant that 67 sites could not be fully cleared or repaired within that Belwyn period. And of these, 4 were significant seams and 2 damaged sites at Fawnhope, which required closure of the main route into the village, were 2 of the sites which could not be repaired within that timescale. Just turning to the landslip at Lechmerley, And to describe what you saw in the photos and on the videos, the landslip caused more than a third of the carriageway to be lost at that location due to the damage from Storm Dennis. Approximately 3,000 tonnes of material had to be excavated and equivalent imported to rebuild the road in layers. And before any construction works could take place, the fibre optic cable that you could see in the video had to be diverted. It was, however, it was a project that did not require significant design works. It mainly involved the removal of the landslip material and the import and rebuild of the road in layers. However, at Stone Cottage, a 5 metre high retaining wall collapsed due to poor water pressure from Storm Dennis. There was a complete failure of the wall, which could not be repaired. A new section had to be constructed. In order to install this, much of the road surface would need to be evacuated to provide space to install the wall. And as with Lechmere Lay, before any construction works could take place, there were also services, including BT fibre optic cable at that location near the carriageway edge that had to be diverted. The construction of the wall in this location demanded a more involved design process, and that included geotechnical investigations, including boreholes, trial pits, to better understand the ground makeup, which would in turn inform the design and the eventual solution. The report before committee summarises the sequence of the surveys, design and construction of both of these projects and the governance decisions which confirmed delivery and funding. Both Clive and I are happy to answer any questions that the committee will have around the detail in the report. The decision to progress the flood repair works following the end of the Belwyn period and the emergency works that were concluded before the end of March was taken under emergency powers on the 30th of April. And as mentioned previously, the repair of the landslip at Lechmere Lay required no substantive design work. So work commenced following that decision at Lechmere Lay in the middle of May, following the diversion of the BT cables, and works were completed there within the 3 months anticipated for these works. However, in advance of the construction contract award for Stone Cottage, a decision report as to how these flood damage repair works would be funded was required. As no funding other than the Belwyn funding, which covered the works to the end of March, had been received from central government for flood repairs, there was a significant gap between what Belwyn provided and the cost of all the necessary repairs, which Clive referred to in the video as in exceeding £10 million. In July last year, on the 23rd of July, Cabinet considered funding options and made recommendations to Council for funding of the repair works. And on the 4th of August, at an extraordinary Council meeting, Council confirmed that the priority flood repair works at Fawnhope would be added to the capital programme. And following this, the Director for Economy in Place took a decision in September to progress these works to their conclusion through the Public Realm Services contract. Following that decision in September, BBLP and their specialist subcontractor began to mobilise in October. And at this time, the programme, and which is included in the appendix to the report, established a date for the substantial completion of these works and the opening of the B4224 on or around the end of February, 23rd of February 2021, with all works completed by the 9th of March. However, during the construction, an issue arose regarding an aspect of the construction works, namely constructing a concrete parapet and a high curb at the carriageway edge at the top of the retaining wall, and a solution was found, but it would take more time to deliver that solution. And this saw the programme road opening date moving to late March, with all the works completed by the end of April. And again, that updated report is appended to the committee report. I will hand over to Clive here. I think it's important that in terms of that issue which caused the delay to the end of March, with the roads completed by the 1st of April, is perhaps set out in a bit more detail. Thanks, Clive.
Thank you, Mairead. Yes, the part of the construction, the parapet wall, required the works to be extended to be complete before Easter. And I'm pleased to say that we will now be opening the road this coming Friday. That particular issue is to just describe how that is dealt with within the contract that we have with Balfour Beatty Living Places. It manifests as a matter of disallowed cost. In essence, the cost of doing remedial work to redo the design to arrive at the solution, which in the eyes of the contract should have been there in the first place. So that is the matter in terms of the contract is dealt with in terms of that cost. However, the consequence of it, of course, is that the construction program would extend to the end of this month. And it's just to clarify really that that time aspect of this, because of the time that the issue was raised within the contract, means that there wasn't a time delay, so to speak, in terms of the delivery process that would have had to have been in place had the design have accommodated the issue from the first place. So that's a brief summary of how the contract deals with the matter, and we have assessed the disallowed cost, and Balfour Beatty have accepted that position in terms of it being disallowed cost. And one final point from me before handing back to Mairead is that Balfour Beatty have also written separately outside of the contract to the community, apologising for this and offering to take forward some form of project.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Just
right. Sorry, Mairead.
Chair, I was just going to summarise a couple of final points from the report, if you think that would be helpful.
Yes, if you think so.
So I suppose we just wanted to point the committee towards the community impact section of the report. Clearly, the closure of the route has had a significant impact on the local community, which we're here to discuss with the parish councils today. The Highway Service is undertaking its a lessons learned exercise, considering the impact the project delivery has had to date as part of a continuous improvement. So the key themes that we'll be looking at as a service is whether communications around the project were appropriate, and how the expectation between the timescale for proper repairs and the expectation for completing repairs can be better managed, looking at the issues of funding, of value for money, resilience of the supply, particularly through the availability and resilience of all delivery options, and improve customer focus in project management. So as a service, we'll be spending time looking at those key areas and looking to see if we could do things better. And as you mentioned at the start, the Cabinet Member for Infrastructure and Transport is committed to an external independent review of the delivery of the project and council-wide processes and decisions in regard to these projects. And as you said, the recommendations agreed by the committee will be sent to the executive and could be considered and would be considered as part of this external review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, if we now move to inviting our guest speakers, we have Mr. Braybrook on behalf of Foundhope Parish Council. Can I just confirm that you can see me and you can be seen and heard?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And we also have Mr. Slocum. Thank you for your attendance, and you can see and be seen and heard.
All fine, thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Right, so Mr. Braybrook, we're very keen to hear what you have to say on behalf of Foundhope Parish Council.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for inviting me along to represent the Parish Council today. I have submitted a written summary of our position, so I won't reiterate that on the assumption that you've read it. We've also put in a couple of previous letters, which hopefully you've had the opportunity to look at. And
sorry, Mr. Braybrook, we've got a little bit of interference. Have you got the YouTube channel open by any chance?
No.
Oh,
is it interference with the sound, with the audio?
Yeah, a little bit of background noise that's coming from when you speak. Sorry.
Ah.
Maybe it's a delay. Anyway, we'll proceed, please. Sorry with the interruption.
A little fan heater in the background. I'll turn that off. I don't know if that makes any difference.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. But briefly, to summarize the documents that we've already submitted, I think while we accept that, there were pretty exceptional circumstances here in terms of the weather event that, obviously could not be predicted. I think we feel that a couple of issues have really contributed to this extended closure that has had quite a serious impact on Foundhope and the neighbouring areas. I think initially, Hereford Council's position of managing the road network as a deteriorating asset contributed to the road collapse in the first place. We feel that if the roads were managed and maintained appropriately, the problems with the drainage that caused the water flowing over and underneath the road could have been anticipated, and work could have been done on what you might call an elective basis, which would have not caused so much disruption in terms of a full road closure. Subsequently, the road collapse happened, and we accept that Hereford Council subcontracts a lot of their work to Balfour Beatty and other organisations. I think that's a sort of a generally accepted way of working these days. But it does seem that there was just a failure of oversight on behalf of the council in terms of managing the programme that their subcontractors were putting in place. And we've heard a lot of sort of toing and froing between, who is responsible here. I think our position is that ultimately Hereford Council, as the collector of council taxes and the people who made the decision to subcontract this work, have the responsibility for managing the contractors that they use. We also accept that there is funding issues, and that obviously this impacts more than just the road closure here. But I think we feel that it's also Hereford Council's position to lobby central government on behalf of Herefordshire Council residents to provide whatever funding they feel is necessary in order to manage and support the local infrastructure. As individual residents, we don't have the opportunity and the power to do that, but surely it rests with the individual councils to ensure that they have appropriate funds to manage the systems and the structures under their management. So I think that's really, the crux of our position. Don't want to talk any longer than necessary, but if anybody's got any questions, be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Braybrook, and thank you for your offer of remaining, so that if any committee member wants to ask any questions, we can ask them of you. That's going to be really helpful.
Perhaps I can also just add that we are very grateful to Balfour Beatty for their offer of some community project work. We're still sort of working locally to figure out what that might look like.
Okay, and we as a committee would be very interested to learn what that would be. Okay, thank you. At this stage, we will now move on to Mr. Slocum, who's the representative of Woolhope Parish Council and Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Slocum.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think really the points that Kevin has already touched on from Foundhope and his written declaration mirror a lot of the concerns and the issues that Woolhope has experienced as well, being the new the bypass route, as it were. And I think just hearing some of the points today and the timeline of this affair, and a couple of questions that I had arising from that, really. Noting, I think probably for the first time, I hadn't quite realised that the Bellwin Fund was only available. I hadn't realised quite how time sensitive that was, and you're informing us that it was closed at the end of March. I could just wonder if there's correspondence that relates to that period in March between Hereford Council and central government that actually sort of says, because I'd been led to believe that there was an option for Hereford Council to have tried to extend that, and that those in central government were actually in a position to do that. So perhaps that could be confirmed. And it almost sort of led on from there, really, that then once that option of the Bellwin money sort of dissipated, it just seemed as though a stagnation of activity between till then the 30th of April until a special power was put in place, and then through most of May, and then again not till July for sort of vote for new funding. Now, again, as Kevin touched on, we realise how precious funding is, and it must have been quite a head-scratching operation to work out how you were going to get this done. But it just, I think something, if I'm feeding back from our community, was always the timescales involved. And whilst we appreciate how difficult this must have been, and as you mentioned, 139 areas of flood damage throughout the county, and it took us probably a while before we realised, crikey, this is the biggest one there's going to be, and how are we going to get it fixed? But that would be my feedback from our parishioners, is it just took too long for these big events to happen, and everyone saying straight from the beginning of it, professionals I spoke to very, very soon who went and had a look themselves, saying, well, there's probably only 2 or 3 contractors in the country who can do this job. They need to speak to them straight away. And that was, again, guys I know who do this professionally, who came down there, had a look, and said that's where the problem props lay, is that wasn't picked up on straight away. And yeah, again, I think the Bellwin issue and those timescales and why we just seem to not get things done quick enough was the major issues. And again, to finish and just say thank you again to Belfort Beatty for their offer, and as we will continue to allocate this to a very, very worthy cause in Woolhope, which will go along with our delightfully resurfaced roads that, of course, we were assured about way back, when we can get this diversion route finished and get all these potholes fully fixed up, because there are some terrible patches still. I know that the team wrote hopefully out again today, and Rachel has got this, when the jet patcher comes around, that seems to do the job much better. So that would be very much on the top of our list, is these roads that have now been absolutely bombed, is that they get fixed priority wise, which we were very grateful. We were assured that in that meeting way back when in March in Foundhope. So looking forward to that happening. And yes, I don't think it's going to be a fan-fade parade, ticker tape parade on Friday at 4 o'clock, but we are going to be grateful for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Slocum, for your initial comments. Obviously, as with Mr. Braybrook, if you want to contribute, or if you can be there to answer any questions that the committee may have, that would be really helpful. No Councillor Harrington, would you like to make some initial comments?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Kevin and Matt, for coming.
You're back on mute again. Sorry, Councillor Harrington.
Apologies. Thank you both. Did you hear me say thank you? Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Kevin. I just want to touch on a couple of things to begin with. It's just that I appreciate this meeting has been called by Foundhope, but Woolhope had actually written to me as well. And I thought I'd pass this on, that they had also, I don't know if they've gone through with an official complaint or not, but if we can just make a note that they had certainly indicated to me that they would, and I'd like that to be, properly noted. And I also just want to apologise for something James said in the video to begin with. I think he said, without thinking, business as usual, because we've got diversionary routes open. And I think that was said very early on in a video without realising the impact. I'm conscious it very much wasn't business as usual for residents in Foundhope, but particularly the businesses that were there, and obviously for Woolhope as well. The second thing is we are managing a declining network, and I'm afraid, Kevin, that's not to do with us. We have made we're certainly happy to share that correspondence, but we have made repeated requests to government, and been as forceful as we can, threatened all sorts of things, to be quite honest, behind the scenes. And we're not getting the kind of funding back that we once had. And if you consider that in 2010, we had £62 million a year coming in revenue support, which went on exactly these kind of issues. And now we have 600,000 coming in from that grant. And it's also unfortunate that both Jesse and Bill voted for that repeatedly over the last 10 years. So we really struggle as a rural authority. One of the things that was thrown, I would say, back in our face by government when we asked for Bellwin funding was that, local authorities should have resilience built in. Well, we do have resilience built in, and we were fairly, by comparison, fairly well off compared to many other authorities who are much worse situations than us. But unfortunately, we can't build in for 1 in 200 year events that cost us £10 million. And so it is at that point you expect a government, if you make a rational case, to help you out. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. And touching on Matt's point, Bellwin was very much rejected on the basis that essentially there's this clause in Bellwin that says it's emergency funding, but it can't be used to rebuild. It can only be used to clear away. And this is an issue that we had many conversations with MHCLG over this, and they would not yield on this. And we took legal advice on this as well. So it's a case of saying that, is Bellwin fit for purpose? This is a question that we've asked our lawyers to consider and to make representations to. I appreciate that Bill said he's had conversations and said publicly that he had conversations with Robert Jenrick, and that the money was there, and it was perhaps us that were dragging our feet. But unfortunately, our correspondence doesn't line up with that, and we have that on record as well, which we're happy to share with Woolhope and Farnhope. They simply said no, that hasn't happened in a way that those promises weren't made in that way. So we'll certainly share that with both Farnhope and Woolhope as part of this review. I think I share your frustrations, and as cabinet member, I'm not trying to absolve myself of responsibility. A couple of sort of powerful characters on your PCs have written to me and told me that I'm trying to shirk the blame, and I genuinely am not. I find this frustrating, but the whole issue here is what could have been avoided and what couldn't have been avoided. Because as residents, the natural frustration is this should be done quickly, and why isn't it done quickly? But there are reasons why it couldn't be done quickly, partly because of the complexity of the failures, partly because of the sheer damage that was done to the county at one time, which meant we couldn't respond and cope in the same way, partly because we carried out a review of the BBLP contract during this process, which had already started, to say how we award capital works in the future. And all these things kind of tended to add up. And there are also things that I think we won't probably be able to discuss in detail today, but I hope that this independent review will draw down upon, is how long designs took to be completed. Because one of the issues I had right from the beginning, which I discussed with James and with Clive and others, is the time, for example, the estimate of 8 weeks to design the rock nailing solution. I didn't feel that was reasonable, but I appreciated that I wasn't an expert and I had to take advice from expert civil engineers. It's one of the reasons I also thought that we could have got the road open, at least for one lane at Stone Cottage. I was told we couldn't. I got a second opinion from Telford and Wrekin Council, and that was illuminating for me as well, because the fact that Telford and Wrekin had a technical service within the council that could give that opinion, and we didn't at Herefordshire Council, made me think that perhaps we've lost too many technical skills. And in Balfours, we have a good civil engineering company. To be perfectly honest, they do what they do, and we do what we do, and perhaps we're the ones who are not doing as well on the Herefordshire Council side, because in a way we've allowed too many of our technical services to be carried out by a provider who's happy to do that for us. But does it mean therefore that we lose our own experiences and our own ability to look at things subjectively and independently? So there, the other things like coming into this fact that the design, for example, the WSP conducted on behalf of Balfour Beatty, took at least 8 weeks, if not more, actually, and then, in a sense, failed straight away because they couldn't get the very large concrete parapet that they designed onto the site, which then caused a further delay. You know, those are things that we need to work through and understand. And as Clive has said, you know, Balfour Beatty have accepted some responsibility for that, and you know, there's a process to go through to understand quite how we balance that out. But the most important thing I would say is that I am, you know, genuinely sorry and fully appreciate all the disruption that this has caused to residents. And I'm sure that we have unavoidable delays here. We just need to work out exactly what they were. And I know that councils are very good at saying things like, we'll learn lessons moving forward. And very often that means nothing to the likes of residents or to councillors sometimes. And that's why I've commissioned an independent review, which I won't control, our officers won't control, Balfour's won't control, and not even our acting chief executives will control. It'll be commissioned by our acting monitoring officer, Kate Charlton, and she will commission an independent company to come in and to do this piece of work and to speak to people in the communities, as well as to technical experts and to the likes of people like Gary Thomas, who put forward suggestions about their own views on things, and talk to anyone else who's got a view. I mean, Matt, you mentioned that you had people come and have a look, and lots of people, you know, lots of people said, well, and I'm not putting you in that category, but lots of people said, you know, my mate with a bulldozer could have done it in a weekend. So I appreciate there's a fine line between that, but I suspect there are lots of people who had good technical advice who gave it to the likes of you and Kevin, and is trying to work out exactly what the reality is in between that. But there'll be no escaping any kind of scrutiny on this. This is an important piece of work, not just for the residents of Foundhope and Woolhope, but actually for the council and how we operate and how we make sure that we just do things much better in future. But you know, one last thing before I finish is, Kevin, you said that as residents you don't have the power to lobby in the same way that we do. I think actually you have more power to lobby. To be perfectly honest, I think residents and PCs writing to your MPs in particular and asking them to please vote differently and to please lobby hard on their behalf and on our behalf is very, very powerful. And I hope we can all work together on this. But yeah, I think that's enough from me. But rest assured that this is a serious piece of work that we're doing, and there will be, I've said it before, there will be consequences, and I don't say that in a kind of sinister way. I just mean that there has to be repercussions if mistakes have been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington, for your contribution. Obviously, we will come back to you if committee members wish to ask you some questions. So that's really helpful. Before we go to the committee and to enable members to ask their questions, obviously, one of our committee members is Councillor Durkin, who's also the ward councillor that represents Woolhope, Backbury ward, Old Gore ward, beg your pardon. So, Councillor Durkin, would you like to have the floor?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Yes, it is appalling in Woolhope. The meeting on March 2nd in Foundhope decided the route was going to be through Foundhope, and this meant that drivers probably used to using A and B roads only were then forced onto small U and C class roads without adjusting their behaviour. This has caused a lot of tension in the village and in the surrounding areas because of this bad behaviour. There has been severe damage, as Matt Slocum has said, to at least 5 major routes around Woolhope, which need to be addressed. They need to be looked at in detail. They need to be resurfaced or repaired, whatever it takes. There have been many pets killed, and this has also caused concerns to the local community because they cannot walk or indeed ride their horses without even more hazardous vehicles bearing down on them. Eventually there's a 21-hour limit. At the second attempt we got one in, but that has proved problematical, with people still not considering the roads they're driving on as they should be, They just consider that they're doing on an A and a B road, they just plough on. COVID, of course, has lessened the traffic in its volume, but it's now traffic volume is now increasing, as it has done for the last few weeks. So, in closing, the roads in Woolhope need to be reviewed, resurfaced, and mended as appropriate. And the parish council have dealt with this very well by getting a highways group together, which I sit, and they have been very concerned, as I've just outlined in my brief summary, as to what's going on and how they are feeling threatened by vehicles. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Durkin. And now I invite members of the Scrutiny Committee to ask their questions. Flurry of hands gone up, right? First of all, I think it's Councillor Bowes, then Councillor Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Found Hope Parish Council for asking for the matter to be referred to the General Scrutiny Committee for review. I'm sure my colleagues and I will do our best to obtain the facts and make sure any recommendations for future consideration and action are taken forward. So thank you for that, and I apologise for the inconvenience, to put it mildly, that you've been suffering from. A couple of questions. Firstly, again, Mr. Slocum, I disagree. I agree with Councillor Harrington. Parish councils and individuals are definitely the people that can lobby their MPs to get more action. And I think it's my understanding, Councillor Harrington, that the council asked both of our MPs to speak to Robert Jenrick about the £10 million to repair the road, as we're a rural county. And as you said, we used to get £62 million and now we get 600,000. So can you just confirm, just on the record, Councillor Harrington, because I've heard so many different variations of this, we did ask our MPs to lobby Mr. Jenrick, and one of them publicly said in the Herefordshire Times that funding was available, so we should get on with it. Did we or did we not get that funding? That's question one.
Chair, do you want me to answer now, or
yes, yes, might as well take them one at a time.
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, it was actually Kevin who said that, not Matt. So we'll make sure we switch that over to Found Hope. But yes,
sorry,
we did lobby. The leader and myself wrote numerous letters to both Jesse and Bill, and I mean, Jesse's wasn't technically his area, Found Hope, but it certainly was in other parts of the county. So he got very, very involved, especially in relation to this issue around Belwyn and what actually Belwyn did in the end. And we have all those letters, and that they were strong and repeated. And unfortunately, we were given no quarter by the government. We were told that we didn't qualify for much in terms of Belwyn, and there was no other money available. And we really did push this several times with several different ministers at MCHLG, and we got nowhere.
thank you. Second question, could you explain about the deteriorating asset policy? What does it actually mean, and why do the council use it?
Well, we've got about 2,000 miles worth of, well, we've got 2,000 miles of road in Herefordshire, and about 2,000 footpaths as well, actually, and about 700 odd bridges. And as I said, in about 2010, we had an income of £62 million in just one revenue support stream, which was the revenue support grant, which was, to help rural economies like ours support a large network compared to a fairly small population. And with that gradual reduction, we have still got other grants coming in. As Clive mentioned earlier, we have about £11 million a year coming in from government to help with our roads, but it's nothing like we had. And so therefore, all our contractors, from Jarvis to Amy to Balfours, have had to take an approach of, essentially, and it's an open, it's not a secret, it's an open stated fact that they have to make decisions on how to maintain roads and what roads to maintain, and the safety and the matrices then that come into it are repairing the faster roads, and the roads that are smaller not repairing them as quickly, unless obviously the categorization of potholes are considered significant enough. So the whole approach is basically just responding, reactive to repairing our roads. And one of the major issues is that when Balfour's got the contract from Amy in 2013, there was about £9 million in the public realm budget for maintenance, and that had to go down to £6 million. And one of the things that suffered as a result was that, where do you spend the money? It's a limited amount of money. Where do you spend it? And I think money then went more on the reactive work because it had to, and things like good drainage maintenance suffered as a result. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. Could I just have one more question for Councillor Harrington, Chair?
While you've got the mic, go ahead.
Thank you. I see the Bellwyn scheme says it's to safeguard of property and to prevent severe inconvenience. So if we're still missing hundreds of thousands of pounds, how can the Bellwyn scheme say that it's helping with funding for severe inconvenience, because the residents here have the most severe inconvenience? So I just wondered, have we gone back to our MPs and government, and can parish councils and individuals go to MPs and government and say this scheme isn't fit for purpose? Because definitely these residents have suffered severe inconvenience, so tarmacking the road surely would have made a massive difference.
I agree that Bellwyn is not. Well, I mean, there's two points there. What is Bellwyn actually for? And I think essentially it's an emergency fund, and I think it is, to be fair, focused on restoring, not restoring, actually that's not fair, clearing, making safe infrastructure, or supporting people who need to be moved or whatever at that period, at that time. What it specifically doesn't allow for is repairing damage to roads in particular, and there's a specific wording in the Bellwyn clause which says no resurfacing, basically no tarmacking, and that is the thing that affects us the most, and that is what we fought hard. So the question is Bellwyn sufficient even just for its emergency purpose? And secondly, if it isn't, and this is the question that we asked the ministers, if Bellwyn isn't good enough or doesn't fit that purpose, surely there must be something that supports an authority like ours when we've had £10 million worth of damage done, and they said no, there's nothing. That is the problem.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Well then, while we're mulling over various recommendations that we may want to put forward, there's nothing stopping this committee putting a recommendation that can go straight forward to government to say that Bellwyn needs to be reviewed, and the expectations of Bellwyn seem to be at a miss with what the small print actually says. So I just float that as an idea for a possible recommendation that we can obviously talk about at a later date. But thank you for those questions, Councillor Bowes. And we've got hands up now. We've got, first of all, Councillor Matthews and then Councillor Stark.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions from officers. It's difficult to assess the situation by watching videos. You don't get a true picture of it. You've got to be on the scene to see exactly what's what. But looking at it, Chairman, it looks a relatively narrow verge there that collapsed, and there's a steep fall away. Could I ask our officers if there's been any similar slippages along that stretch of road over recent times? So if they could answer that first of all, please, say for within half a mile either way.
I look to officers. Would it be Mr. Hall? Are you happy to answer that question?
Yes, certainly. To the best of my knowledge, in recent times, so the last 5-10 years or so, we haven't had significant failures of this type within a few miles of this site. So to the best of my knowledge, that is the case. These are, very significant failures, and as Mairead mentioned earlier, approximately 3,000 tonnes of material taken out to replace. That's the scale of a failure at Lechmere. And while Stone Cottage visually initially doesn't appear so significant, it actually was a much more significant failure, and the independent testing and review as well shown that the section of road being unstable.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Matthews?
Right, I'm clear again now. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Orr, because I was under the impression there'd been a similar slippage not too far away, but I accept what you say. The other question is on item 28. It says the reason for the delay sits in the provider's failure to provide the services in accordance with their contract, namely when providing professional services. BBPLP have failed to exercise the degree of skill, care and diligence reasonable expected when completing the designs and related works in summary. To me, that's quite a serious thing in the report. And I think that could Mr. Hall or Marie Lane just enlarge on that a little bit? I would have thought engineers that we have contracts with would have been in a position to deal with an issue like that. So could they just explain a little bit more why those failings came about that caused the delay?
Well, certainly. First of all, it's important to note that that is a comment made about only one aspect of the entire design, the parapet wall and its size to be lifted into place. So the original design of that wall, or the design which was concluded and put to the subcontractor, was for a long section of precast wall that could be lifted in place. Now, the ability to actually lift that was the issue at this particular site for the size of crane that would be required to do so. Balfour Beatty and ourselves looked at all the various options to tackle that. Again, taking account of the stability of this particular site. And whilst there are a number of options, which did include some lifting options, most of them all required either precast units of very small size, which would extend the amount of time to actually complete the operation as multiple lifts and then having to all be stitched in effect together, or as the option that was actually taken to cast it in situ in one casting. And that, of course, again, takes more time to construct the shuttering on site, to pour the concrete, and then obviously for it to cure to the degree that it can then be covered and is to be effective. Now, yes, our view was that and is that that consideration of those site constraints should have been part of the design process in the first place, and the design that would have been in place would have probably been the cast in situ option. It would have taken the time that it has taken, so the position in terms of the contract was that this is something that should have been considered early in the stage. Now, all other aspects of the design, such as the soil nailing, which is the most technically interesting, in inverted commas, piece of the work, the unusual piece of the work in many ways, and the other geotechnical engineering work, such as the reinforced soil construction, which is a major part of the wall, have all been completed well and satisfactorily. And that is the bulk of the design process in terms of this particular piece of work.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Just one other thing, Chairman, very quickly. I understand this is a very complex issue, and it's easy to stand by the side and criticise. Is to try and make sure things like this, can be improved on in the future. All it is, Chairman, is to warmly welcome the Cabinet members' recommendation for an independent review. We're not engineers, councillors. The only way we'll get to the bottom of where things can be improved is with an independent review. So I warmly welcome that, and also your recommendation that government's made aware of the Bellwin funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Now, Councillor Stark.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just offer my support to both Fownhope and Woolhope parish councils, because I can understand the problems that you've had with the traffic flow since this incident happened. Being from a market town, I'm well aware of the problems with vehicle management at this time. And I'd like to make one observation before I ask my questions. It's not just about vehicle flow, Chair. The mix of vehicles are changing while we speak. More and more larger vehicles are using our roads with one occupant in them, SUVs and pickups particularly, and I've noticed that even in the Ross area, and I can quite imagine that mix of vehicles is giving us a greater challenge in terms of our road network and resilience. And I think that may be something that the independent review might have to pick up on, is what was the impact of these larger vehicles in terms of the road damage done around the Woolhope area. Whether we can get that information now, I'm not sure, but that's just an observation. Can I make my 3 points now? First of all, this is one of the only 2 routes you can get to Hereford from Ross in terms of major routes. Did we give enough priority to the repairs along this route when we were looking at the mix of repairs that had to be done after the Bellman money ran out? That's my first point, because I think that's quite crucial. Did we give enough priority to it? Secondly, and this is to Councillor Harrington, I know we have a governance process we have to go through, but I do share Mr. Slocum's concern about the period between March and August in 2020, and whether we could have come to quicker decisions then in terms of options and funding, rather than having to wait until August. Perhaps we couldn't have avoided that, but I do share Mr. Slocum's concern that that was a period where we may have been able to have carried out the work quicker in terms of starting it off. Sorry, I've got an answer phone going off in the background because someone's phoned me. The third one, and I think this is important as well, I'm not an expert here. I've tried to read the papers. I've tried to understand them. What I'm concerned about in any independent review is looking at this engineering repairs and distinguishing between those that might be unique to this particular set of circumstances and those where we could extrapolate general lessons to be learnt. I'm not denying the fact that there are lessons to be learnt here, Chair. I just want to make sure we identify those lessons that could be applied more widely, and we park the lessons that are unique to this particular set of circumstances. We don't lose sight of them, but we identify them as being unique to that particular set of circumstances. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, those comments, were they directed to anyone specifically, or?
Well, they were directed to Councillor Harrington. I'll be quite happy at the end of them to maybe try and think up some recommendations as well.
Yes. Okay, we've all got to be mindful though that Councillor Harrington has got to go within the next half an hour. So if we've got questions we can direct to Councillor Harrington, that would be useful. So Councillor Harrington.
Thank you, Chair. Thank
you. You've flicked mute back on again.
Right, I shall unmute and move the cursor. Apologies. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Stark. I think on your first point around about what type of vehicles are being used, etc. I mean, that's quite a broad point, but I don't see why I couldn't ask that question, or we couldn't ask that. You couldn't make that request of the independent review. I think probably more impactful might have been agricultural machinery going and using these roads during this period. That, you know, a lot of it, particularly during the summer months and the autumn. I know that a lot of machinery had to use this. We live in a kind of world now where lots of farmers don't farm their own land and rent it out to bigger establishment, you know, bigger concerns, and so people are always looking for land that might sometimes be 10 or 15 miles away, and I think that impacted greatly on Woolhope, and that's something that we need to consider. In terms of the emergency funding, in terms of the sort of delays, I think it's important to distinguish that that Balfours were contracted to do the work at Lech Millet almost immediately, and they were contracted to do the design work at Stone Cottage almost immediately. So there was no delay in the design. There was no delay at that point during those months in terms of funding. The problem was, why did it take so long to design that solution at Stone Cottage? That was my concern always, you know. And then when we got to the issue of, okay, we've got a solution, now we've got to pay. That was when we had to take that sort of time to go to council to ask for the money. And initially we were told that wouldn't impact on programme, because the way the programme was is that the work at Stone Cottage wasn't going to start until later. But I think there was a few weeks lost there as well, if I'm being perfectly honest, by the time that we went through that process. But it's significant, that significant period of 4 months, there was money in place. We were proceeding under emergency money. We didn't have Belwyn money, but we were proceeding under emergency money at all times, almost from the beginning. The issue was when we got to the second stage of the Stone Cottage build, we couldn't proceed any further. Our Section 151 officer said we couldn't proceed any further without making sure that funding was in place somewhere, somehow. He couldn't allow us to proceed on emergency funding. I agree that this review should look at the engineering issues, but I don't think you should just look at that, and that's why, I mean, it's up for Kate Charlton and the other commissioners to decide what it should, what this review should include, and I think that's where the parish councils and other people will have a great input on. But I think it shouldn't just look at engineering issues, although it should be done by someone who has great engineering experience. I think someone should look at the process issues as well, of what happened within the council and the decisions that were made in our relationship with our contractor. I think it needs to be a combination of things. You know, where did we, as you know, even as cabinet members, could we have intervened sooner? You know, could we as officers, could Balfour Beatty have done things differently? These are all the questions that need to come into play.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Right, Councillor Durkin, ask a question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Probably I couldn't find him off mute. I've got a couple of questions, Chairman, and in fact, Councillor Harrington has touched on some of my concerns. I'll direct this at Mr. Hall, if I may. Looking at the report, it says the survey work for the road was carried out on the 11th of March. The decision to progress was the 30th of April, and the work commenced on the 18th of May. Why so long?
Well, first of all, yes, investigation of the site commenced on those dates. Now, the results of that investigation, of course, then have to be digested. There has to go through a design process to arrive at the actual works that we then are going to commission. Most people, when they think about these things, they think about the eventual works. And there is an amount of process to go through to complete a design. And indeed, once having understand what it is that we're going to actually build in order to restore this, they have to procure the subcontractors, in case of Balfour commission subcontractors, to then perform that work. And that is a process in itself. Now, for the Stone Cottage works in particular, the programme that was put together run the procurement of that subcontract in parallel with the finalisation of the design, all with the attempt to get these works happening as soon as practically possible. So please, I think the core of the answer to your question is that whilst surveys produce their results on the ground, if you like, on the day, they then have to be digested and reported upon, and then go through a design process before works can actually commence.
Thank you for that. But this is over 3 months. Just an observation I'd make to your response. Thank you for your response. If I may, Chair, I've got a second question relating to something touched upon by Mr. Hall there. At number 13 in the papers, there was a detailed review of the wall carried out in April 2020. The contractor was commissioned on the 17th of August 2020, and the contractor was selected in September 2020, but no work started until the 11th of November. Again, exceptionally long time frame, in my opinion. I appreciate the complexity of the wall, but it's a long time from April to November with one project. Mr. Hall.
Okay, yes, well, certainly having completed the design and then that subcontract procurement so that the resources were there to do the work, we couldn't raise order with Balfour Beatty to continue that work until such time as the decision was taken and the funding was in place to do so. So that's one of the reasons why the orders are when they are given. It's also important to note that these are, particularly for Stone Cottage, specialist works. Soil nailing is a specialist activity. Not many contractors do it. The contractors aren't simply waiting for our order, they are working elsewhere. The subcontractor in this case was working in Cornwall and had to complete their works there before being able to service their equipment, mobilise and start work on our site. That's something which has to happen with this type of specialist work.
Thank you for that. But again, the approval for funding was achieved in July. The contractor was commissioned in August or selected because there's a situation where the contractor had to be commissioned as a starting. How can I put this? Sequentially, not concurrently. So it suddenly appeared on the horizon. The wall had to be done. Then they had to find a contractor at August. Now, surely, if we know the wall's got to be done and we have some sort of plan to work to, could they not have been sought and considered earlier so they could start potentially earlier?
The subcontract procurement process was underway alongside the design. It came to its conclusion in that time frame. It was the 4th of August that the funding was approved, and it was actually the 22nd of September when the decision was taken, which would enable us to raise the order with Balfour Beatty Living Places. Following the 4th of August, other procurement routes were being considered alongside as to what was value for money for the council to take forward.
Thank you for that. I still think, again, it's an inordinate amount of time with no sort of pre-planning looking down the road. We're going to need to do the wall, but anyway, it just seems an inordinate amount of time. And finally, for me, Chair, if I may, the provision for work to be carried out on the wall, was that based on value for money, or was that out to competitive tendering? Councillor Harrington, maybe.
Thank you, Councillor Durkin. Just on the point you raised earlier, I mean, you mentioned an earlier date than Clive was talking about in August, about how long it took to commission or to consider the works. One of the problems we had, it doesn't entirely tie in, but one of the problems we had is we couldn't do the works together. We couldn't do them concurrently because of the access issues. Much of the sort of stuff we wanted to do couldn't be done until we'd finished the works at Lech Millet first. And in relation to the value for money, yes, it was.
Can I just make a comment on that? Yes, I appreciate that. I appreciate you can't, you're like a Jenga tower. You've got to do one thing after another. But what I'm talking about is pre-planning, so that on the Monday when it becomes available, something is going to be happening and not waiting weeks for it to happen again, something new to happen.
I agree. And just so you're assured, I mean, you know, that was happening because Balfours were carrying out that work and under emergency powers.
Okay, thank you.
But the issue then, we did then bump up against this issue of value for money because we'd conducted this review and because we had to justify the money that we borrowed. We did then come across this value for money issue, and that we couldn't automatically give the work, although they had been given the work at Stone Cottage, sorry, at Lech Millet, we couldn't automatically give it to Balfours here. We had to consider whether it was value for money or whether we had to go to an open tender. And we persuaded, you know, a somewhat skeptical Section 151 officer that in the interests of expediency, it needed to be done this way, and he agreed. But that did cause a delay, Councillor Durkin, there's no doubt about it.
So, with regard to that delay being caused, was it delay caused by you trying to convince the 151 officer that or not your idea per se, but the idea that you were postulating was appropriate?
Well, it was caused by the fact that we had to borrow the money, and that money then had to be value for money. We had to, and that because we've changed the system, that we had to prove that it, yes. I mean, I'm being unfair to the Section 151 officer. He is, as a typical accountant, is reluctant to give any money out this for money, but he also does take into consideration the reasons. So we had to argue that, and not for a huge time, but unfortunately, everything had such a knock-on effect. You know, you miss a particular week. And as Clive says, contractors not available, and then suddenly you're 2 weeks out. So that did have that is one of the areas that I would really like this independent review to understand and draw out.
Yeah, and that is my concern. The fact that these time delays, if I may call them that, are long. When an outcome is known to be achieved.
Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that, but that's that. If you can't do something because you have to do it a certain way, then that's the complication. But I do appreciate that, and I think those incrementals all the way along here.
Yes,
need to understand.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Durkin. We have three more hands up at the moment. We've got Councillor Bowen, Councillor Wilding, and Councillor Bowes. But before they do, I've got my hand up, so I'll ask a question if I may. I think the global outlook of it all, I think, is that you have a landslip, damage occurs instantly, and then you have two communities and others affected by it having to wait over a year for a resolution. I think we must not lose sight of that whole, you know, the big picture, which is it takes a long time for those communities to have had the repair work done. And so what I'm quite concerned about is that we seem to have a situation where if this were to happen somewhere else within Herefordshire, are we saying to ourselves that it would take another year to solve this problem? I accept that there are going to be logistical issues that come along, designs need to be made, money needs to be found, all of these things. But it does seem to be that we have to look at this case and see if it looks like we're going through points through the process, each one of them having their delays built in. And it just doesn't seem to be that there seems to be a natural flow from one resolution to another to enable the council and its partners to act in as prompt a way as possible. So I think my question at this stage is to Councillor Harrington: were this to happen again tomorrow, goodness forbid, somewhere else, which would blight another set of communities, would we still have all of the same process problems that don't end up delivering a slick solution?
The short answer is no. I think we would be much better equipped already through the lessons that we've learned and the processes that we put into place to make sure it didn't. But I can't give a guarantee on that, Chairman, because we would come against this issue of funding once more. If we had something significant like this happening again, you know, I'm not sure where we'd find the money. But in terms of process, the process has certainly been tightened up, and we would be much quicker on that. There wouldn't be the kind of confusion. Well, not confusion, but there wouldn't be the conflict.
And just a follow-up to that, Councillor Harrington, I don't think members of the public would necessarily be too critical about the funding issue, because funding is a problem. We all know that, with the requirements on managing a highway asset as 2,000 miles of road. It's a huge responsibility and it's really difficult. I think one of the issues that we may be wanting to focus on is how we've had a situation where we're the client, we're the ones responsible, we're the ones who need this work to be done. And yet there were some major failures at one particular point. Was the council paying enough attention to solving this problem when it had to work with its partners?
Well, that's a fair question. I think it comes back to this issue of structure that I mentioned earlier, the fact that we don't have technical services in the way that we used to have it. I mean, I think Balfours do their best to operate that position for us, but that is not a core part of the that is not necessarily a core part of the original contract. And we, you know, when we talk about what officers on our side we're looking into it, you're talking about, you know, Clive and Mairead, quite high level officers. We aren't talking about people on the ground in the same way, you know, bridge or drainage experts, because we simply don't have them on the Herefordshire Council side. And that is one thing that would potentially, especially as we now asking for a better tendering mechanism, that is something that would be a problem until we get our technical services back up to standard they should be in. So that is a real risk, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions are more specific than the more general ones have been gone before. For instance, 3,000 tons of soil. It's a lot of soil, a lot of lorry loads. Where did it go to? And then how much did it cost to remove those 3,000 tons of soil to this particular place? And also from that, why wasn't the offer to take the soil why wasn't the offer made that was made by the local farmer to take that soil onto his ground adjacent to Lechmere Lane? And that surely would have saved a lot of time, a lot of money, and been much more, well, much swifter in every way, and would be much cheaper as well. And, well, question. Another one, a major spring was found in the middle of the road, apparently, underneath, deep down. And I wonder if that has been properly tapped, and are there other springs as well there that are going to cause trouble in the future? I think it's, we need to make sure that I'm sure you have done all that sort of work, but that's nice to have assurance that everything has been thought about. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if Mr. Hall, you're in a position to answer that. How much soil was removed? Where was it moved to? How much did it cost? Could it have just been put somewhere locally?
Right, but well, on first of all, the removal, I'm sure what we can provide to the committee is the location that all of the spoil from the site went to, because it's not necessarily just one place, and I don't have all that detail before me now. Yes, we explored quite some length the depositing the soil on the adjacent land. Bear in mind, this is the floodplain of the River Wye, and it's a triple SI, an area of outstanding natural beauty, etc. And part of the rules around depositing soil, it needs some Environment Agency approvals. We produced a quite detailed note about this, and which we can provide to the committee of all the detail of what we would have had to have complied with, the limitations on it, and the planning requirements associated with it, all of which would have introduced more time into the process than taking the soil away.
Where did the soil go to, have I asked?
I haven't got that immediately in front of me here, all the detail exactly where it went, but we can provide that.
I think it would be interesting to know just how much it cost as well to take it away.
The cost obviously is included in the report, the overall scheme costs. It's all part of that.
I'm sure I haven't seen it properly. I've not been in person. I've only just come in on today to this matter, but it did seem to be.
So Councillor Bone, the costs for the landslip is detailed in paragraph 62 of the report, and the cost of the work at Lechmere Lane came in just under £500,000, £496,000.
Right.
You mentioned what you described as a spring. There was certainly a perched water table, so that is at a depth it's not something which would be known about before actually having excavated down to the level that we had.
But it's been now tapped or conducted away to some safer place.
It certainly within the solution is dealing with that perched water table so that it doesn't create such a problem. There is, of course, always say a fundamental issue with springs. Springs can move around, and the geology at this particular site is complex. Though it's not say it's it's not unusual that there's complexity in the various geology, but it certainly is particularly complex here. It's on the western edge of the Woolhope Dome, which is a complex piece of geology in itself.
Indeed, and an interesting piece of geology too. We can be assured that all has been done to make sure we don't have any water ingress into the substrata of the road now.
Well, all that has been done is to attempt to minimise the risk of that causing a problem. What we can never do is remove the risk entirely.
I understand that. Geology is a funny old thing. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bowen, thank you. Councillor Wilding's been waiting patiently.
Thank you, Chair. That was an interesting little point that was made about the Woolhope Dome just at the end there. So looking through the report, there are obviously lots of technical things. The ultimate bit, I think, is that section 28, which highlights one of the biggest problems in terms of why there was a delay. But my questions, actually, some of them have been touched on by other councillors, but they're more about the future. For instance, referencing the stone wall collapse, was there an assessment on the condition of the rest of the wall and the area around? Because looking at the photos, it looked like that was a very old wall. And if one section of it collapsed, is not other sections likely to collapse in the future? So that's one thought. And then an assessment, has there been an assessment on the condition of the rest of the road and the area around the rest of the road? Because again, given with the climate crisis and climate change, and the likelihood that there's going to be other flooding events coming up more regularly in the future, are we not in danger that other areas of this road, and of course other roads in the Herefordshire, are going to suffer similar collapses? So has there been that assessment? Also, I took what other members said about the vehicles using it. Is there going to be a weight limit on vehicles using this road in the future? Because they are obviously contributing to it. So there's a few questions for you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wilding. Are you directing that question to Mr. Hall or?
Yeah, possibly to Mr. Hall. Perhaps Councillor Harrington wants to nip something in just before he dashes off.
Okay. Yeah. In relation to the wall, I mean, one of the views shared by people in the parish, and certainly by a gentleman who was an architect, is that the wall wasn't in a good condition. Therefore, the wall failed, and as a result, the mud came after it. And the view that our engineers and consultants took was that the wall was moved by the amount of water that had gone into the clay and made it unstable. So, but one of the things I've asked is that is considered by this independent report. Because one of the things that could be thrown at us is, have we over-engineered a solution here? Because one of the problems is we have lots of road that are just not great, and that whole Foundhope Road is basically clay stuck on the side of a stone gradient. And the reality is, with the weather as it is at the moment, there is risk that more failures like that could happen. So every time we find a problem, we tend to go in there and kind of engineer it to make sure it doesn't happen again. And therefore, you know, the kind of challenge to us is that we've over-engineered something. Could we just rebuild the road? I genuinely believe that we needed to do what we did, but that is a question that will be asked by this independent report. As far as I know, I'm not sure, Clive might be able to help on this, but we are looking at a weight limit in the future because it's a request from the parish council, well, several parish councils along that stretch. And I think that's perfectly legitimate. I mean, if you're trying to come into town, you know, we would be encouraging big heavy vehicles to use the 49 or to make a diversion earlier and not to come through those villages, which is something that they do, you know, fairly regularly. And the final question about inspection, I'll let Clive answer, but I don't think, I think it's a case of us not having the capacity to go and survey things in depth, but obviously our locality stewards are inspectors and they are regularly checking the road for failure. And I presume that work is being done.
Just on that point of inspection, so in terms of the specific site and the specific event, yes, inspection has taken place of the remaining sections of the wall, as well as obviously the failed section of the wall to effect a repair. Also, all our highway structures are inspected on a regular basis. In terms of bridges and structures, that is what's termed a principal inspection, and again, frequencies are set out in our highway maintenance plan. We also inspect all our roads, not only via the locality stewards for safety defects, and in terms of, again, the frequencies are in our highway maintenance plan, and that varies upon the classification of a road, but also we inspect for conditions, and condition surveys undertaken by a variety of different methods, but for the A and B road and indeed the C road network and some of the unclassified road network using something called scanner, which is an inspection of the surface by a laser techniques across the carriageway width. Now, again, frequencies and the results that gives us, of course, indicate the condition of the surface. It doesn't necessarily show something that is well beneath the surface and is yet to manifest. They're all in line with what's the national best practice standards. And when we identify things that need to be done, we attempt to put them in programs of work. Of course, that comes back to the issue of funding for those programs of work. As has been mentioned at the very onset of this meeting about deteriorating asset. Well, really, again, that is a product of the level of funding that's for about 2,000 miles of road. And many people heard me talk about previous meetings about roughly speaking £100 million of depreciation in the carriageway asset alone. Well, that's matched similarly in, or thereabouts in the structures asset. So our 750-ish bridges, other highway structures as well. So that's that aspect of it. Just moving on to the weight limit. Yes, there's been a call for a weight limit. What we have to appreciate, and again, people have spoken to me about weight limits before will know this, but actually weight limits themselves don't necessarily lead to less heavy traffic, all depending on how that weight limit is designed and installed. Because if people still have a legitimate right to gain access to a frontage within a weight limit. It's also, just to expand ever so briefly, important point to recognise that this and indeed the diversion route that's being used during this period is all public highway. And as a result, unless there is particular restriction, drivers, indeed others, have the right to use that public highway, provided they're doing so within those restrictions. So if they're there is a weight limit, for example, on the whole road. Both agricultural traffic, anybody gaining access to it would still need to use and still have the right to use that route.
Okay, thank you for those answers. Can I just pause and just ask committee members, has anyone got a burning question for Councillor Harrington, bearing in mind he will have to leave the meeting soon? Councillor Bowes, you were next to speak anyway.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if it's for Councillor Harrington, but I think it might be. Councillor Harrington's already said that we don't have many technical staff in-house, but I'm concerned that we sent the road design scheme to design and build, and it wasn't designing a new road. Surely we had some technical staff within the council and the schematics for that road already. I'm just wondering that sending it to design and build would obviously have more complications, more cost implications. And could we have not done that in-house? That's one of my questions. I'll let him answer that one first.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. I don't think we had the capacity. It's a matter of not having many officers like that, and then the ones that we do have being, you know, wrapped up in essentially well, not supervising, but overseeing the technical work that's being provided for us. So I don't think we had the capacity to do that.
Okay, thank you. So we talk a lot about the BT engineers and the cabling. So did they not carry out surveys when they put the cabling in, the BT people? And why were they not asked to relocate the cables at both sites in May, so that the work could have maybe began earlier?
Okay, so both BT and gas, but particularly BT, were a real problem to get them to come and do the works quickly. And I mean, as it happened, it was during a time where we were still designing. But it, you know, that once, as Councillor Durkin has pointed out, you know, this might be one of the incrementals where a week suddenly, you know, was put on, because I did have to personally get involved and write to the regional head of BT and demand that they came and did the work, because they simply weren't responding to our officers or to Balfour BT at a high level. So that was another frustration that you know, we could do without. In relation to why they couldn't do both at once, it simply wasn't safe for them to go onto the site at Stone Cottage. They couldn't have gone on there. And first of all, the ground was not removed. If you remember, it just shifted there, but it hadn't actually given way. And so they couldn't do the works on either of those two sites until the road had been made safe. And that did cause complications, especially, as I said, you're then fighting them and they tell you they're going to come on a certain date and they don't. And you've got to try and work around that. And you've got to get, you know, cabinet members writing to regional, you know, managers to still sort of threaten things to get any action. But yeah, it was just another unfortunate complication.
I think one of the things that we need to consider when looking at our recommendations, Chair, is about project management and having technical staff in-house to manage these projects, and to make sure that we have got project managers who are technically qualified to do this. And I did have one more question, sorry.
If I could just come in while you're thinking.
Sorry, can't find it. Yeah.
You know, I'd be doing a disservice to our officers to say they weren't in a way technically qualified, although they may not be always specifically qualified. But it comes down to resource again. And you're right, if we don't allocate within the Herefordshire Council side specific contract or project managers and find the resource for that, we are always going to have these kind of problems. And that's why we're looking to restructure that kind of method.
I found my final point. My concern really is regarding the crane, and I can't believe that WSP didn't consider that when making recommendations and designing a solution, and that was only noticed when subcontractors came on site and pointed that out. So I think that is a real area of concern for me.
Yeah, it is a real area of concern, and I've you know, made my views very strongly known on that, and so actually have our officers, and you know, and to be fair to Balfour, have responded accordingly to that. That is a significant issue for me, because it took a long time to design that rock nailing solution. And I think when I first saw the plans, it was a an 8-week program, which I think may have even gone a bit beyond that, but it was an 8-week program to design something. And I always queried that, and then when we got onto site, one of the very first things we find out is actually that can't be done, and that is a significant failure of a subcontractor and their partner.
Especially, I work for an engineering company, so I know that how they work, and I'm flabbergasted that that hasn't been taken into consideration earlier. Thank you.
Councillor Bowes. Next question is Councillor Durkin, but before he does, just to add to that question, we note that there was the problem with the crane, and we note that it was identified too late, but have we had a satisfactory explanation as to why that occurred? Because it seems to be, very undermining for the council to be in that position to then rely on contractors where such a problem arises. So, Councillor Harrington, did we have what you believe was a proper explanation for that failure?
I haven't myself felt I have had a proper explanation, other than it must have been that the site wasn't truly understood, or not truly communicated back by whoever was visiting the site, the restrictions of the land. But Clive might have some more to add on that.
Sure. We have had discussion with Balfour Beatty about what has occurred. Our focus, of course, has been on solving the problem and then putting into place that solution. And we have dwelled less upon why it did occur. Now that is a point for our continuous learning. It's part of the lessons learned exercise. And if I can, just to correct slightly on one point, the reason why BT were not doing works for both at single time is fundamentally that in order to divert their services, obviously we have to give them an order to do it, and we have to explain to them the full extent of their diversion. Now, whilst the design process is underway for the Stone Cottage works, we did not know the full extent of the necessary diversion. You could argue that we could have taken a view as to how far that could be, and maybe a risk-averse view, and had a very extensive diversion, which would have cost more and taken longer to put in place. So the diversion for the Lechmere Ley works was established quite quickly and was put in place. And once the design work for the Stone Cottage works had progressed sufficiently well, or sufficiently far to know the full extent of the solution, so that we knew exactly where to then divert the BT works. Please bear in mind that this is a soil nailing solution, so the soil nails extend some 7.5 meters beyond the face into the soil and the rock behind. So depending on how many of those nails and how shallow they might have had to come, could have quite a significant influence on the full extent of the diversion.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hall. I'd really like to see a picture of one of these soil nails. I really would. Councillor Durkin.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be asking my question of Mr. Hall. So, if Councillor Harrington wants to get away, then I'm for one content to ask my question to Mr. Hall. Up to you, Chairman.
Any further questions for Councillor Harrington, bearing in mind the time? No, and Councillor Harrington, obviously we will feed in the recommendations, and we also await the outcome of the independent report. So we'll be listening to that with interest. But if you feel as though you have to go now, then please go whenever you wish.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, if there's no further questions, I'll get away a little bit earlier, and that would be very helpful to me. Thank you. And thank you all for feeding in your recommendations. And I look forward to the parish doing likewise for the independent review. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Harrington. Right, Councillor Durkin.
Thank you, Chairman. Message for either Mrs. Lane or Mr. Hall. I am having very early discussions regarding another potential closure of the B4224 at Howell Cable, and I'm trying to work out, and this again is caused, potential for closure is caused by water under the highway. So as I say, that's at an early stage of negotiations and understanding at the moment. But my question is bearing in mind that there are a number of sites along the B4224 where we have this precipitous fall away to the River Wye with land above or adjacent, has an inspection been carried out of these potential risk areas along the B4224 where similar situation exists as at Lechmere Ley?
First of all, the failure mode and the cause of the works at Howell Cable is a different cause, though I fully accept that what you're saying is around some of the underlying geology and the topography of the land creates those sort of issues. But yes, the regular inspections that I described earlier do take place. Now that's different, I think, to what you're describing here. So certainly we are regularly inspecting the roads for safety defects. Part of that is to observe, obviously, anything that's within the highway which is actually manifest as a defect. The condition surveys, again, can only detect what is manifesting as a deterioration in condition. And the principal inspections and the like of bridges and structures are obviously of those particular structures. So there isn't within the survey regime a kind of something which looks at the underlying geology and the impact that might have. We do identify within our plans a resilience network and attempt to, to actually undertake those surveys of the structures and the like on that network with a view to keeping it resilient. Now, because of its traffic volumes, actually, B4224 doesn't feature within that network from a county-wide perspective. I think the interesting question of the flow is that if we undertook such surveys, what it would then tell us and whether we would be able to do anything about it in terms of actually reinforcing the resilience of any particular route, which again comes back to the issue of funding.
Yes, I appreciate what you're saying, but the common factor between both of the sites is water. And whilst I appreciate that there probably is a difference technically with regard to the issue, my concern is that where we can identify situations that may happen, and I believe at Howell Cable Crossroads, the last inspection was over a year ago, which is now going to be a problem area, which will be addressed in May. So we've got an issue which doesn't directly relate to the highways itself, but to the topography around it. And I'm not sure there are a number of locations where the Lechmere Lake configuration is prevalent. So I wondered if there was something that to prevent or to be early warned of something that could be happening might be a way forward with regard to addressing potential catastrophes like the B4224 Lechmere Ley. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, and it's related to paragraph 53 of the report. Obviously, Found Hope community was seriously affected, and Woolhope community as well. But it also had other knock-on effects for other communities that were looking forward to having their broadband delivered. My concern, and I declare the fact that representing Putley area and the Three Crosses ward, that's my ward, and I've had parishioners, parish council concerned about this issue and the delay that broadband delivery they've suffered. So I declare the fact that I'm talking about my ward as well, but you would understand that. My concern is that now that we're on track, and fingers crossed, hopefully that road will be fixed, the issues that have been created for Woolhope and Foundhope, fingers crossed, will now evaporate and life will return back to normal. But the consequences of that is delayed broadband installation. So I will be looking to the committee for support for a recommendation that we make sure that any other works for broadband that were delayed as a result will get the council's full attention and resources into making up for the fact that there's a delay of initiative with regard to delivering much needed broadband. So that will be a recommendation I'll be putting forward. But are there any officers able to comment on how the council is going to deal with that particular issue of delay?
So as the report sets out, the issue of access was particularly around the diversion route is the main reason for the matter of not being able to accommodate the broadband works. Certainly the project team, the Fostershire project team, is seeking an extension to the time that funding will be available, so that now that the B4224 will be reopened this week, if that funding is maintained, that will enable us to ensure, if at all possible, that works will progress at pace.
Okay, thank you. Well, as I say, that's reassuring, but I'll be looking to my colleagues to put forward a recommendation.
Chairman, this does, as it says in the paragraph, it does include greater than Woolhope. In fact, 2 or 3 of my parishes have been sorely affected with the work not going ahead. I mean, all because the B4224 could not be accessed, especially Brockhampton. Thank you,
Okay, thank you. I have a question that may be able to be answered by Laura Lloyd. I don't know if you're able. The issue about the interface between Herefordshire Council and Balfour Beatty and ensuring that things are dealt with in a timely way that can also accommodate dealing with emergency works. In your view, do you think that that there's an effective working relationship in responding to emergencies, or do you think that needs to be improved, just in the face of the fact that it's taken a year and a bit to come to the conclusions, albeit all of the points that have already been raised?
Thank you. So I suppose for me, there's 2 parts to it. There's the initial emergency response, and we have a very good working relationship with Herefordshire Council, and the teams respond very promptly to that initial emergency. It's the point where it moves from an emergency response into project work that we work very closely with Herefordshire Council and with our partners WSP, but there are definitely opportunities to improve and see how we can reduce some of the processes, I think, on both sides to be able to deliver some of these projects more quickly. And I do think there's some work we've immediately done with regard to the year ahead, and we're just in the throes of developing what we're deeming as special projects, and how those will be communicated with Herefordshire Council and with the wider communities to improve understanding of what we're doing and how we're managing those processes.
Thank you for that response, Laura. That's much appreciated. The committee's raised lots of issues with regard to the delivery of the outcomes, and it's noted that the council had many updates and meetings with the parish councils as they were explaining how they were dealing with things. But in officers' view, do we think that the communications were really effective enough in allaying the fears and explaining the delays that were as a result of issues that arose as the project was going along?
I think, in my view, we have tried to communicate where possible issues with progress with the project, issues where there arise. We've produced a newsletter, generally weekly newsletter, but a regular newsletter, to try and both visually and in text explain what's been happening on site, what needs to happen next, and where there's been issues, what the impact is that will have on the programme. Are there areas where we could improve? I'm sure they can, and as part of our continuous improvement, we'll be reflecting on both the times when we've come out and spoken to the communities directly, albeit over Zoom as a result of lockdown, and the newsletters that we've provided to see, you know, where we could improve and what we could do better.
If I
Okay,
could,
thank you.
If I could just add to that, of course, communication is one of the areas where practically every review into every organisation will say it could be improved. I think that right at the heart of this particular this issue, of course, is a need to communicate something which is complex in terms of solution in a context where, in most people's view, the design solution could happen sooner than it in reality could. So it creates a difficult environment to communicate within, but nevertheless one which we had to, and we, I'm sure, can improve upon when we repeat the process at whatever is the next place that we have to do some form of equivalent work.
Thank you for those answers. And so perhaps a recommendation would be a review of the communication strategies when faced with emergency works like this. I've got Councillor Bowes who's going to ask a question, and then what I would like to do, if we can focus our minds as a committee on the recommendations, but before we do that, I'd just like to go briefly to Mr. Braybrook and Mr. Slocum just to ask if they have any comments about possible recommendations for this committee. But first off, let's go to Councillor Bowes.
Yeah, great minds think alike. That was going to be my suggestion too. Thank you.
Okay, so obviously, Mr. Braybrook, you can sum up in a minute, but at the moment, the purpose of the meeting is, if the debate is finished and questions are finished, is to come up with some recommendations given what we've heard. Do you have any thoughts on that? And I'll be going to Mr. Slocum in a minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really interesting discussion there, and several points that I've made notes of that I wanted to just follow up on. So, you know, perhaps I can do that, and you know, they will also, I think, incorporate some recommendations. First of all, you know, I do accept and take the point that as voters, you know, we have the opportunity to make our position known, you know, at the ballot box, and we did get our MP involved in this issue at quite an early stage. Unfortunately, it sort of seemed to deteriorate into a bit of a political point scoring issue, you know, for whatever reason. So I'm not sure that was actually particularly productive. But the suggestion to, you know, perhaps use this as an example of how central government's lack of funding for infrastructure support is actually impacting people on the ground, I think might be a really good way of not only helping Hereford, but probably the rest of the country, perhaps in you know, explaining to, you know, those guys up in Westminster who are controlling the purse strings, the impact that, that their actions actually have. You know, we have been able to find billions of pounds, you know, to deal with the pandemic. So, you know, I don't know. Anyway, there were several questions asked about the possibility of similar failures further along the road, and whether the road has been assessed, for the possibility of that. In our submission, we did refer briefly to the underlying geology. I'm not a geologist, and I don't think anybody on the parish council is, but we do understand that we do sit on this sort of junction between the limestone Woolhope Dome and then the more porous sandstone, and it seems as though the road almost kind of runs along that that junction at various points. There is this other issue going on at Howe Capel, which, as Councillor Durkin pointed out, might not be the same exact problem, but it is a water-related problem. We have had a landslip actually in the woods just north of the road, Cherry Hill Woods, in the last 18 months. That obviously hasn't impacted the road, but there is movement around here. And our concern is that with climate change and the propensity for more extreme weather conditions, there is a reasonable possibility, we feel, that this is going to happen at other points on the road. Clive and Councillor Harrington, referred to the group that we have put together, B4224 strategy group, and we are working. We've got sort of the parish councils along the road, working as a group, and we've been working very closely with Clive and Councillor Harrington. They've been very helpful in trying to put together some proposals to reduce speed limits and weight limits along the stretch of the road, with the intention of reducing the volume of heavy goods vehicles and traffic that is using the road as essentially a shortcut between, sort of Gloucester and Leinster, if you like. And if we can get that traffic diverted to the trunk roads, which is where it really belongs, then we feel that will go a long way towards helping to reduce the risk of further catastrophic events on the road, and essentially at very little cost to the council. As far as my recommendations for this review, we talked about looking at both the engineering aspects and the project management process, and I feel, and I think the Fountainhead Parish Council feel very strongly that this, while we can't comment on the engineering because we are not engineers, I think many of us can read a Gantt chart and look at scheduling, and it is apparent that there was a failure of project management here. How that came about, I don't know, but I think it's something that needs to be investigated and addressed. I think there also is an issue, as Councillor Harrington alluded to, that the level of technical expertise perhaps is no longer available within the council to provide this level of oversight. And while I understand that there's really no point in subcontracting if you're then going to have to employ an equivalent expertise in order to manage the subcontractors, there has to be some compromise level of expertise that allows the council to ensure that they are getting value for money and appropriate services from the contractors that they're using. In terms of communications, I'd really like to add, I think that communications, once we got the system in place, have really been very good. Rachel Rice has done a brilliant job in keeping us up to date. The weekly newsletters that she's sent out have been they've been very helpful. They've been concise. They've been easy to understand. And she hasn't shied away from telling us bad news when she's needed to do that. So you know, I would say communications have gone pretty well. I don't know, Matt might have a different view on that, but I think that's probably all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Braybrook. Much appreciated. So a review of Bellwyn. I think we're going to put a recommendation to address the Bellwyn issue. It's noted that there's further work to be done with highlighting similar potential failures, and the project management issue is the thing that really needs to be focused on more than the communication side of things. So that's, as I understand, your main focus there. So thank you for that. Now, if we can go to Mr. Slocum.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, a couple of points for quite similar to Mr. Braybrook's, but if you know, you haven't got an internal officer who's got the skill set that's required for the reasons that you know, you now have contractors who supply that knowledge. But when you've admitted you've got 2,000 miles of road and 700 something bridges in a rural community that doesn't have the funding to supply that size of road, one would expect that actually possibly one of the you know, most important jobs in the council would be someone who's actually overrunning that and in a position and has the skill set to know very, you know, quicker what's actually required. I did take the liberty of actually looking at top employees from the council today, and I noticed some very interesting names in the 55 people or so that are paid over £50,000 a year by the council, but not a lot of it looked like it was actually helping getting people around the council county. So that, yeah, would be a big recommendation for me, and that I think would lead on to then a whole new outlook at it, which must surely be prevention and not cure. You know, the drains and ditches in our very agricultural county get full. We need to remove water and atmosphere and weather is actually what causes our roads to break down. They break down in exactly the same place every single time. And it's more often than not because the roads haven't actually had the water cleared from them. If that was done through proper work and ditches and drains and everything else, then I think moving forward that the roads would just be in a much better position, because you are now in a cycle, and again, without blaming people, but there's just this cycle of quick, get someone out, patch it, get someone out, patch it, and you just don't ever fully solve the problem, and the problem is water. That would be my take. And then, yeah, and that would be for me, again, just a couple of points I mentioned from earlier, larger vehicles and things. Well, certainly individuals do perhaps have larger vehicles. I would just sort of say that, again, most of the damage that's been done to that road, in the Woolhope Road, is because of large farm vehicles, and large farm vehicles carrying ever larger farm equipment, because you know, a lot of farms are run on a contract basis now. So it's not as though that tractor's just got to go around the corner. It has got to go sometimes halfway across the county. And that really should be something that, again, this specialist person is really assisting, when we know that this council employs a vast number of people in agriculture. I think, you know, between 7 and 8%. So yeah, those have been my points. And thank you all for today, and thank you for welcoming us so much. And I would just agree with you know, Rachel, you know, and the guys there, they did communicate very well. We did get a lot of information. It did take a little bit of getting going, shall we say, but and these were extraordinary situations, and I said way back when we needed an extraordinary response. I think yeah, we didn't quite get what we wanted, and this hopefully will go some way to joining up the dots, so as my friend from Foundhope said, we don't get in the same position again, and hopefully help out, as he alluded to, yeah, others around the country, so we don't get in this problem again.
Thank you, Mr. Slocum. Thank you for those points. So generally, you're then going to be in favour of us making a potential recommendation about technical expertise, and then obviously they will be we can be mindful of the point you're making about prevention, and it's good to hear that feedback, that communication was very, very good. But perhaps there's something that the committee may be mindful of about the speed that is required to instigate that communication, so that everybody's clear right from the outset what they can expect. So thank you for those contributions, both of you. Right. So now I look to the committee to put forward recommendations. Can I ask Mr. Brown, have you put the bare bones of the recommendations together? We can just have a look at those.
Yeah, Chairman, can I just ask if you wanted any final comment from, say, the Assistant Director at this stage before we proceed to that stage, or are you content for me just to put the recommendations up?
Can we just start with the recommendations first, and then we can go back to officers, because I think that's the key piece of work that we need to do. Right.
Okay, I'll share this now. I'd just say that they might seem quite wide-ranging. I've tried to make a note of a range of things, and you may feel that some have perhaps now been answered. But could I just request that perhaps members just have a quick skim through for perhaps a minute or so, and then pick up from that. Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Oh, hang on. Okay, I'll just go to the top. Sorry, let's go up to the top. Okay, can that be seen okay, or is that?
Yes.
Yep.
Just scroll through that. Sorry, can you just scroll back down again to so we can see number 1? Right, thank you.
Yep, sorry. Yep.
That's just a project or projects. And then, Mr. Chairman. In number 1.
May we hope for a project for Found Hope and a project for Wool Hope?
Well, either way, yes. So a project or projects.
I think it was a project for each parish, my understanding.
A project for each parish.
That was mine too.
So projects for the benefit of the Found Hope, and we'll how about that?
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, thank you. Yep, that makes perfect sense. Number 2.
Chairman, apropos number 2.
Yes.
The decision to send traffic via Wool Hope in this situation was a disaster, and is not backed up by any legal requirement, as I understand it. So perhaps the dissuasion from using smaller villages and smaller communities as the diversion from A-B roads.
Well, can we make that a separate recommendation?
Yeah.
Chairman, I think that might be covered, as I say, possibly in the matters for the independent review. Perhaps I think I put something in on there, but so we can.
Apologies, Tim.
But that's what. Yeah, but.
May I just correct on one point there? It's not a decision to send the traffic. The diversion route is not roads, the official diversion route. What we can't do as a highway authority is prevent people from using the highway network lawfully. So people make choices as to where they go. So it's a product of the nature of the network that the most convenient route that most people would see is these roads.
Right. Okay. So what we're saying is there was an official diversion, but there was nothing preventing anyone from creating their own diversionary route.
Well, no. The official Chairman, I apologise. The official diversion was via Wool Hope.
That is not the official diversion on the traffic regulation order or signed as such. It is, though, however, if you go back to the slides we presented at the onset, the A road and B road diversion route is what is signed as the diversion. But of course, people make choices about where they go, and what we can't do is.
Excuse me, yes, I appreciate what you're saying, the nuance, but there were 6 diversion signs in Wool Hope, and from Maldiford it said diversion up towards Wool Hope. So it was, it wasn't officially a diversion, but it was named as a diversion route.
Well, we put in place measures to try and manage the use of that route and to discourage the HGV traffic, etc., on that route. But it is a moot point, I appreciate, but it's not us as a highway authority, nor can we say thou must use a particular part of the network.
Excuse me, John, I'm not being pedantic here. I appreciate the nuance between allowing people to use the roads which they're paid for and the official diversion. When you've got diversion routes pointing towards Woolhope and people use it, it's a diversion route and they're still using it even now the official diversion is off. And it was acknowledged that the official diversion via Woolhope was taken off.
Chairman, could I say that perhaps if the review, something was added into the review along the lines of review appropriateness of diversion routes and their signing and management, would that?
Yeah, I think so, because what we continually have is to have to. I accept that members will accept, obviously, that people are going to use their own diversionary routes. But if there are the signs there, it's the expectation of road users that it's the official diversion route when it may not necessarily be the case. And I appreciate Mr. Hall's point about managing the reality rather than advocating something else. But if we don't perhaps make the distinction between the two, we may inadvertently be encouraging people to use a route that's not the official diversion. And so I think there needs to be more thought gone into how we dissuade people from using unofficial diversionary routes. And so we need to make clear what is not necessarily a diversion route. So I think greater thought needs putting into how we manage those circumstances in the future.
I will agree with that, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, that's an important point to raise. Thank you.
In item 3, at the bottom, I think it is included that the Belwyn scheme, if the Belwyn scheme cannot be amended or improved, would perhaps be more suitable. It obviously does.
Well, on amendment, well, on the issue about Belwyn, I mean, sorry, I can't read the rest of the recommendations yet, but I think it was Councillor Harrington's wish to encourage parish councils to contact the government about Belwyn. As far as this committee is concerned, I think perhaps we should rewrite that amendment. Recommendation. So it's this scrutiny committee requires Belwyn to review. The government to review the Belwyn process.
Chairman, I think it would be normal for, I think through 4, I've included broadly the same recommendation to the executive. No. So if that picks up, so there's a 2-pronged, one to the parish councils and one to the executive.
Fair enough. If everyone's happy with that.
Yeah.
Well, I think the Belwyn scheme itself does not require, it does require revision, or certainly requires review. I think whatever happens, the Belwyn scheme does require review.
But
so off the hook there by saying does not require revision, I think.
But we say it says earlier that the need for the scheme to be reviewed is in the line above, Councillor Bowen. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Number 5. Yeah, is everyone happy with number 5?
Yeah.
Okay, number 6. Yeah.
To communicate, I think, with road users to ensure they are aware of the need to exercise, rather than communication, I think.
Chair, how is that going to be achieved?
Yeah, how are you going to do that?
I don't know the technical solution, but I suppose is it signing or something like that? Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to give effect to the point that Councillor Durkin made about people moving from not fully recognising the need to drive differently on the unclassified and C roads, but it's a matter of the committee as to
Chairman, I'm not sure that can be achieved because at the end of the day, it's a nut on the wheel that decides how they're going to drive. And if they drive carelessly and stupidly, they can be prosecuted. In fact, at Woolhope, I actually got the police down there to carry out some speed checks. But it took a lot of persuasion because their numbers are depleted, like most things are. So I don't think we can actually say educate the driver, because it's impossible
Perhaps
to do
we could
that.
consider it as a part of our communications strategy, maybe.
And
Well,
also, there's the potential for having large warning signs at the beginning of these diversion routes saying, "Go slow, go steady." This is difficult roads. These are difficult
But then
roads.
doesn't that go back to the problem we had about putting up signs that manage the situation, even though it's not an official diversionary route?
It is difficult because they're the Queen's Highway, and therefore the world.
I would recommend, if in doubt, just take it out.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, you can't teach people to drive, and you can't teach people to be considerate to their environment, and you can't stop them throwing rubbish out the car, which they appear to have done it with great abandon on that bypass route. So we unfortunately can't make people be decent people, can we?
No, and I mean, all road users, it's implicit in their license that they must be driving with due care and attention. So, you know, it's very difficult to put a recommendation to ensure that that's the case when it's assumed that that should be the case. But anyway, number 7, a robust review of the risks to other similar lengths of the B4224. I think that is, it's 4224, isn't it?
Yeah, 4224, yeah.
Sorry.
What I would say there, Chairman, to that number 7 is of similar or topography. Yeah, put it there, Tim. Where it's after B4224 of similar topography.
It's always difficult to know what's going on underneath the road, several feet or even a metre or two below.
Well, no, but what's experienced at Howell Capel is that this problem with the road has been there for years, and has been reviewed every year, and it's gradually got worse and worse.
Well, yeah, that's a perfectly good example, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, is there not a case for saying that it's not just the B4224, but it's roads across the county that might?
We are dealing with the B4224 here.
Yes, but well, there's two things here. There's one about the need to ensure that no further problems are going to arise here. But then there's the more general point, and I'm sure we'll be discussing this in a moment when we talk about the flooding issues, is that given the experiences of the Fownhope Road, is there anywhere else that it is likely that there could be problems?
Yeah, that's right.
And I think that's where it sits, I think, Chairman.
Yeah. So given the problems and the experiences here, and the fact that we found out how long it potentially can take to resolve an issue, are there any other scenarios within the county which are potentially going to be as problematic in the event of future flooding issues? I think that's probably. So we need a piece of work that has the potential to review, to highlight any other problems, rather than be the reactive situation that we found ourselves in with the Fownhope Road.
Chair, I was going to raise the same point, but prevention to me is about regular inspections of ditches, drains and culverts, not just the road itself or the topography. I mean, that was actually part of the debate that we had today as well. I don't think we've picked that point up yet.
Well, I don't think anyone was specifically talking about the road, but it's the conditions with which the road is supported. So that could mean drains, it could mean walls, it could mean hills and whatnot. It could mean the whole gambit, really. So I think if we make the motion in terms of the recommendation in those terms, that will cover all of the issues that you raise. And you're absolutely right. it can be retaining walls, as we've learnt in this case.
Yes, I agree, Mr. Chairman. I think we've got to realise that proper maintenance of our drainage systems on the roads is absolutely essential right throughout the county. And we haven't got the expertise, or not sufficient expertise and sufficient men and women able to do the job at the moment.
Yep, absolutely. So so we've got recommendation 9 is about the broadband.
Remember the B4224 rather than...
Yeah. Are there any, I know that recommendation 10 is to do with the independent review, but are there any other recommendations after that, Tim? Can I ask?
No, I think no. We go now to the independent review.
Right. Okay. Because what I just think there's a couple more we need to add in light of the discussion. So if it was it's like 9A, or if you want to make the independent review 11 or something, or one of the things I was going to advocate is a review of the way such projects are managed, project management.
I mean, I've got that as a bullet point here about project management and processes, okay. Chairman. Yeah.
Okay. And have we got in there a point about the liaison between our partners and Herefordshire Council?
Yeah, I think links between or perhaps liaison between the council and BPLP and managing projects. Yeah.
What about relationship with contractors and
subcontractors?
Yeah. Technical service, looking at our abilities with our technical services in-house. What, you know, how can we?
As I say, do you want to have a quick skim through, perhaps, Councillor Bowes, and then and see if the
Okay.
Chairman, as I'm going to be the one who is commissioning this independent review,
yes,
can I just query the first 2 bullet points? Because essentially the review will be a desktop review primarily. I'm not sure how anybody that I instruct is going to be able to gather the information around the nature of vehicles using the route, unless anybody's got a specific view on that. That might be rather difficult for any reviewer to pick up without considerable cost, even if it's possible.
Okay.
So I would counsel probably against that. And on the second point, is that a forward-facing matter or something that should have been considered during the currency of the closure of the road? I'm not quite sure what bullet point 2 is. Clearly, you've had the discussion around and the piece of work that's currently been done about future weight restrictions on this road.
I think it related to future.
In a sense, Clive is already dealing with that with the parish councils that with the group that's been formed with the parish councils. I don't know to what extent it's useful duplicating that work with an independent review, bearing in mind the other terms of reference that you're developing.
Maybe remove 1 and 2.
I mean, Chairman, can I say that it's a matter for the committee, but equally, these are for the executive to consider, and these are points that have been raised in a debate. If you want to delete them, that's fine. But the executive has the opportunity to. These aren't binding on the executive in any way, and the executive can respond with precisely these points at that time.
Well, then would rewording of number 1 then say that the independent review be mindful of the problems that are generated by the different nature of vehicles being used?
I mean, the vehicles being used on the B road is every vehicle, HGV, LGV, everything. Yeah. So you could say all the above, really.
I mean, it's presumed it will be, but I think that for the point here is that the impact of diversions routes and those routes that were unofficial diversion routes, because of the nature of the vehicles being used, that's added to the issues that the communities have faced.
You could change that to using the alternative routes, if you like, that might address. Haven't we not addressed that in our previous comments?
Chair, I think the main point we're trying to make is the nature of the county and the business that goes on in the county. And the fact that any review that ignores the fact that we are an agricultural county and there are going to be heavy farm machinery whizzing across the county is not really going to be much of an analysis at the end of the day. Because part of the problem here was the general context in which business operates in this county. And I certainly wouldn't want to miss the point that any review has to take that context into account.
Can I suggest the nature of the agricultural vehicles using the route, or worse to that effect?
So what we're saying really
that's
is
the one they can least control, because the agricultural vehicles will be coming from within farms on that particular road. It's very difficult that one, I think.
okay.
The HGV is taking a briefer route that actually will cost them less to travel, but will actually cost the county a lot more by their continuous use by HGVs.
Okay, so what all
HGVs you want to get rid of.
Yes, but for the purposes of the recommendation, what we're asking the independent review to be mindful of is the issues that arise because of the nature of the vehicles that are being used.
Okay, that's
so
yeah.
If I can go to Mr. Goodman, are you happy with that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm content with that. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you for ironing that out with us.
Mr. Chairman, may I just very briefly,
yes, Mr.
just to put a bit of local background knowledge onto the nature of the vehicles that use the route. One of the largest farming contractors, probably in the 3 counties, certainly the biggest in Herefordshire, is based just outside Foundhope, and he would normally use that road very regularly and has had to put a huge amount of his very large vehicle up through Woolhope because it was the only way he can actually go. When the vehicle only travels 20 miles an hour, you can't use that big diversion route. So yeah, it's just to sort of really underpin that it is a very, very agricultural based traffic flow. And of course, those roads were being used from enormous amount by Amazon drivers during lockdown. So it was a hugely varied, and then the buses all had to go that way as well. So it really was the very much everyday traffic all the time.
Okay, thank you. Right, and then we've got the issue about the potential weight restrictions. Whilst that's a piece of work that's being that will be done outside of the review, it's important that the review notes that those pieces of work will be going ongoing. So, Mr. Goodman, you happy with that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, okay. Right, next is, was enough priority given to ongoing repairs needed to the routes forming the diversions? We've heard that the conditions of those roads are going to be looked into, but that's something that we're happy that this review looks at.
Yeah, the trouble is, Chairman, that the condition of the roads and the verges is perpetual. You mend a bit of road, and within a day or so, it's worse again. So it's ongoing.
Well, it's a question for the review. It's a question for the review.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the pace of the decision making, we're asking them to look at that.
Chair, we were talking about April to August.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Well spotted.
For when the funding was actually allocated.
Yep, well spotted. The focus be on identifying lessons learned with future schemes, noting that matters unique to the specific sites also need to be identified. That's said. So we want both Foundhope and Woolhope parish councils to be consulted on the matters with the review. Project management and process.
Chairman, before we go on, is there an issue across the county for how parish councils are involved when there is a serious storm and when there is damage done to the highway network? Is there a more general point we want to have the review look at not just at these two particular parish councils, but how parish councils are involved generally in such
Well, we've got
if it happens.
I think we'd cover that this afternoon, would we, in the flooding thing?
Well, with regard to road projects, where have we put the bit about our, I mean, we've heard testimony today that the communication was very good once it got going. So I think we've got effectiveness of communication to the local community, and that I think it's, in this instance, we've uncovered that it wasn't yes, I'll come to you in a minute, Councillor Stark. It wasn't the quality of the communication, it was the speed at which it was put into place. So it's really ensuring that communication at that high level starts off as soon as practically possible. Councillor Stark.
Yeah, no, I wasn't just talking about communications. I was talking about the concerns of the parish councils being identified and being responded to, not through communications, but through how you took the work forward.
Right. Okay. Well,
that's a much wider point than simply
yes,
how you communicate it to them.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Well, then, does that lie outside of the scope of this recommendation 10? Should this be an independent, a separate recommendation, which is ensure that parish councils and communities can contact the council if they have concerns that may result in issues that Foundhope and Woolhope parish councils have suffered?
Well, it's not just that, it's the council responding to those concerns that are raised by those parishes in the way that they actually take forward the engineering works, and whether that there was enough recognition made of that for this particular case. So it's to ensure that parish council, the community's concerns are recognised and taken into account by Herefordshire Council when taking forward the engineering repairs.
Herefordshire Council or Herefordshire Council?
Herefordshire Council.
No, sorry, Herefordshire Council or Herefordshire Council and their partners?
And their partners.
And their partners, if you prefer, yeah.
So I'm not quite sure how you want to conclude that, Chairman.
When taking forward the repairs or to the roads that have been caused by the flooding.
Will that do?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Tim.
Okay, and just to let councillors know, Councillor Hitchener has to leave the meeting, but we thank him for his attendance, and I'm sure he's been listening carefully to all the points that have been raised. So thank you for your attendance.
Thank you.
I think you're at the project management and processes one, Chairman. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. The project management timeframes involved, for example, the time between identifying work needed. So
I think it's the whole nature of project management, isn't it? Whether it's managed by one and the technical ability of that project manager somehow.
I've got in here. We've got. I've put about the
Yeah. Okay. So we've got 2 points there on project management, because I think the key point that we're wishing to make is that, you know, who has complete overall oversight over this, so that they have the bird's eye view that can then necessarily spot where there's potential failings or problems that will arise. Because obviously where you have partnership working, if that partnership working has any gaps in it for whatever reason, or project management reasons why, you know, doubts emerge, you end up with this reacting to events rather than preventing them through proper oversight. So is that encapsulated by our recommendation?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, okay.
Chair, I wondered whether the next recommendation could be absorbed into the general recommendation above.
Which one are we talking about? Sorry,
The
Councillor
time
Stark.
taken to establish whether it was possible to proceed without going to open tender. I wonder whether that's all part of the general recommendation above on project management.
I quite like the idea of it being separate, just to
I agree.
bring people's attention to it, really. I know it's implied in good project management, but
let's have it not just implied but in clear, I think, Mr. Chairman.
you know, and then there's one where Councillor Harrington, were the solutions appropriate or over-engineered? That's there. I think, yes, one of the things that perhaps is it captured in this relations with the utility providers? Is there a sufficient relationship with the council and these utility providers to realise that there are times when speed is of the essence rather than programming it into some program, and you know, have senior people within a council having to write to senior people within these utility companies? Is that really what it takes to get these things progressed? Councillor Stark.
Chairman, there should be some protocol with these providers like BT and gas, that if there is a major emergency, they drop everything and focus on this.
Okay, so I actually, Councillor Bowen, I think that's excellent. A protocol. Should be a protocol, you know, a protocol established in the event of dealing with emergencies.
I think so, yes.
It's just a more general point, Chair. I just wondered whether we should be managing those relationships with those major utility providers generally anyway. I mean, how good is our relationship and communications with them, regardless of just thinking about emergency repairs? Because it seems to me that we don't have any sort of regular forum or any sort of channel through which we do communicate with them.
Exactly, we need a protocol where we do communicate.
But that's all. But it should be wide than simply emergency repair work. It should be general, I think.
Yes,
but I think the main thing is to make sure we have
managing working relationships.
If I could, a proper working relationship all the time with them.
Mr. Hall, you want to come in?
Yeah, if I could just point out that under the new Roads and Streetworks Act, we do regularly liaise, and there's regular liaison with all the statutory undertakers and others who work on the highway as a quarterly liaison meeting at least. Now, obviously that tends to and does focus on works that are planned as part of their programmes and planned as part of our programmes. I'd also just caution the point about the objectives that whether it be British Telecom or any other statutory undertaker might have for their network, and the objectives that we have for our network aren't necessarily the same. And that's important to note within that relationship.
Right. But would it, in that context, would it help providers like the phone companies, networks, utilities companies, would it help them in understanding what we require if we had a protocol? I think that's the point.
I agree that enhancing relationships through the use of those forum would be a sound recommendation.
Because I mean, we have to also consider that we're responsible for the highway network, and we can't ask utilities companies to come in and do anything that's dangerous to them. So it's just that ensuring we've got that protocol so that there's that fast tracking of the problem rather than reliant upon letters backwards and forwards to members and from members to utilities providers. I think that's the point, and I think that would benefit all concerned.
I agree.
Okay.
Is that sufficient then, Chairman, as written now? Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not sure that that's the crane bit. Sorry, Tim, on the next bit.
Okay.
The size of the crane, it's the fact that they should have The provider, they should have carried out due diligence to make sure that the recommendation, you know, the thing they recommended doing would actually, it's like doing SWOT analysis, isn't it? Of
could that be an example of the project management point we put above? E.g., the size of the crane required.
Yeah, but I think it's making sure that our contractors, you know, follow a due process. Surely that would be part of a process. Is I've designed a solution and I'd look to make sure that I could transport it and get it there and appropriately. That's something.
That'd be the first thing to think about, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah, well, one of the first at least.
Well, you would hope, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just struggling just to quite capture that.
Could that not be included as an example with regard to the project management point above?
Yes, I think it could be tied in with one of the other project management recommendations.
About
copy and paste or cut and paste.
Well, no. I was just thinking, if it is kept separate, ensuring that
that subcontractors carry out due diligence or something.
How about
Well, I think carry out due diligence is a good phrase.
Well, is it the case that we're still looking for an explanation as to why the problem emerged?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that should have been picked up, shouldn't it?
So John, that just so how about clarification?
Yeah, so we're looking for clarification as to how the problem arose in the first place, and an assurance that and assurances that there are specific steps to ensure that doesn't happen again
and cause delay.
I mean, you know, mistakes happen, and you know, logistics turn up all kinds of unforeseen situations. But what the council's really looking for, I should imagine, in their review, is the assurance that these problems don't emerge again.
That's a good thing. It's the old thing of learning by one's mistakes, isn't it? Not letting them happen again.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Yep. We've got a review of the liaison between the council and, so we did put a review in front of the
review of the robustness.
Of the effective liaison.
Yeah.
Of the effectiveness of the liaison between. Yeah, and lastly, the effectiveness of the communication
and the speed thereof.
Yeah,
as just.
Yeah, and we you know, it's been helpful that we've noted that the communication has been good, but we're talking about the speed at which that is established is vital.
This was just this last one that was added earlier in the discussion, Chairman, and
yes.
I think the effectiveness of the communication and the speed thereof with the local community, especially on the outset of an incident.
What you want as thereof in?
Of communication and the speed thereof, coming straight after communication.
And the speed thereof, right.
Right, after the first communication. Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Okay.
Do we need to put anything in here about landowners' responsibilities with drainage, or is that something that we?
That's a general thing that.
This afternoon.
Later this afternoon.
Yeah.
That's not for this particular thing.
Okay. Are there any more points? Have we truly encapsulated the points about addressing any similar failures. We've put a review of that. We've covered that.
What about with lighting, writing? Oh, go on, sorry.
The last one. And facility road safety management.
Well, that's what you've been concerned about, particularly, isn't it?
Yes. Before management, Tim, and facilitating road safety management. I mean, for me, it was the final getting off a TTRO for the 20 mile an hour.
And then can we just go back to the recommendation where we're talking about assessing whether or not Herefordshire Council's got enough technical skill? I just confirm that we've got that covered.
Yes. Do we have enough technical skills?
Yep. Okay. Great.
Council and in Balfadisi or in our contractor.
What about when we with our MPs?
I suggest internal skills should be reviewed to make sure we have sufficient skills available.
Yeah, we've got that covered. Right, Councillor Bowes.
Did we when we were writing to our MPs about the Bellwind scheme? What about us as a council? Didn't we say we were going to write as well to them?
Yeah, number 4. Yep.
And do we also need to say there as part of that to do with the money that we used to get under the 600 whatever how many
62 million?
Yes. Do we need to mention there not only the Bellwind scheme, but our funds are no longer as they used to be, and we really need help in getting more funds for our roading
we've lost 90%, haven't we?
Yeah. So do we need to add a separate request in there?
Would it do in the first sentence there, Casper? So the executive request to make further representations to local MPs to seek additional funding for highway maintenance.
Yes,
and highlight.
Thank you.
Yep.
Well, can we be more specific? And I ask Mr. Hall here. We do receive additional funding in the way of a grant. So our revenue support grant has diminished, but we still receive a grant. And this last financial year, it's 11 million, I think. So would it be appropriate? I just ask Mr. Hall. Would it be appropriate to put in there seek more grant funding through that mechanism? Would that be the way of asking for it?
Yes, we received through the local transport plan a capital maintenance grant. I won't go into how it's built up or anything like that because that could be a fairly negative situation. Yes, it in broad terms it remained stable for a number of years. It did actually go up last year due to pothole fund and has gone down again this year. We are engaged through national groups such as the UK Roads Liaison Board, which I sit on, in work with the Department for Transport to help them build their base to gain more funding for local roads. So we have avenues through which we can do that work. And I agree this is a good example of the impact of where lack of funding for local roads leads to. How that help?
Okay. Thank you for that. Right. Any further recommendations? What have we missed? Have we got it all? Is there anything else committee members feel that we should be adding to the recommendations?
No, I think we've covered it all, Chair.
Okay, well, if we've covered all of that, then can we go back to Jen? Can we confirm that we're able to vote on those recommendations? Do I see any committee member that's thinking that they can't vote in favour of all of those recommendations? Do committee members think that they're all happy to vote on block for all of those recommendations? I'm seeing nodding heads. Yeah, in agreement. Right. Okay then. Well, if we're in a position to vote on those recommendations, then please can we do so?
Yes, Chair, I'm just non-voting members are just being moved out of the room. We still have 7 voting members, and I'll just bring up the poll very shortly. Just outstanding 1 vote, Chair. And they're all in. All those recommendations have been unanimously approved.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just bring back the non-voting members.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming back into the room. And if Mr. Hall's back, yes, if we can just confirm that the outcome was that those recommendations were approved unanimously. So it just leaves me to thank Mr. Braybrook and Mr. Slocum for their contributions today. It was really good to see you. It's really important that you felt that you could bring this matter to scrutiny, and your participation has been much appreciated. And, you know, on behalf of the committee, we do feel very much for the communities that have been affected by these works. And so thank you for persisting with ensuring that the council resolves the matter. So thank you for your contributions, and thank you for officers for your contributions as well today, which is much appreciated. Right, okay, we have another item on the agenda, which is the flooding management plan. Sorry, Mr. Braybrook.
Sorry, yeah, just very briefly, we talked there about the parish council's writing to our MPs regarding, you know, the funding issue. I think what we found when we've done that before is we got into this, well, the money's available, no, it isn't, yes, it is, thing. It would be helpful, I think, to us if somebody could perhaps just summarize those figures that we were sort of throwing around there regarding the amount of money that had been available and that now is no longer available, that we can put into our letter. I don't know whether somebody might be able to do that for us.
Yes, I think officers are nodding. They'll provide you with that information.
If somebody,
both Clive and I were nodding, so we can draft something up for you, Mr. Braybrook.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be helpful. And
assist
then I guess,
you with your understanding of the Belwyn issue. Yes, yeah. Officers, I'm sure, will help you with that.
And would you include Willow as well, please?
Okay, thank you.
Does that conclude the sort of the B4224 part of the meeting now?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. What we're going to do now is have a recess for half an hour, lunch break, and then we will be returning to discuss the issues about the flood management action plan, and everyone is more than welcome to attend. So can I ask the committee now that we'll have a half an hour Thank you very much. And this is Jonathan Lester, Councillor Jonathan Lester, the Chairman of the General Scrutiny Committee. We're just coming back to our Scrutiny Committee meeting today after having discussed an earlier agenda item with regard to the Foundhope Road. That was agenda item 7. We've had a half an hour lunch break, and now we're pursuing with agenda item 8, which is the Flood Risk Management Strategy Action Plan. Can I just check with officers? Do I have to check that all committee members can be seen and can be heard?
I think we should just go, Chairman, to be honest.
Okay, good. Right. Anybody who cannot be seen or be heard or cannot hear, let me know. Right. Okay. So agenda item 8, as I've said, is to consider the 2016-2022 local flood risk management strategy action plan. That's been identified in the agenda items. We're also a big warm welcome to colleagues from the Environment Agency. Present, we have Mr. David Throop, also his colleagues Rosie Adams and Toby Whitehouse. And do we also have, yes, Mr. Reynolds from Balfour Beatty has come back to join us. Thank you for coming back, and thank you for your attendance earlier on in the meeting. Right, okay, we're also joined by Steve Hodges, who is the Director for Directorate Services Team Leader, and he will be presenting the report before us. So without further ado, Steve Hodges, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, so Steve Hodges, I'm the lead officer on flood risk management within the authority. So I'm just going to give a very brief introduction before we open up the discussion. So in terms of the papers that have been shared with you, the covering report goes into the council's role as a lead local flood authority, and it describes in a little bit more detail in terms of one of those requirements, which is that we must develop, maintain, apply and monitor a strategy for local flood risk. So in terms of Herefordshire's local flood risk management strategy, this was reviewed by the committee back in July 2017 and subsequently adopted by Cabinet in September 2017. The strategy contains an action plan which sets out how the council will deliver the strategy, and within that action plan there are a number of measures which we review annually. We most recently did this last month in February, and we also red, amber, green rated those measures. We'd welcome comments from scrutiny just to help inform the action plan's future development. And in terms of the the detail in terms of the action plan, that's contained within the appendix. I've highlighted in the covering report some key pieces of work that we're looking at present, one of which is to do with our responsibilities around flood investigations, another being the work that we're doing locally with some of the community resilience groups that are emerging, and last but not least, the work that we're doing around property flood resilience. But like I say, the details contained within the paper that you've received, and rather than me go through that again, like I say, happy to, well, between me and hopefully colleagues on the call, happy to take any comments or observations you may have. Okay.
Good. Okay, thank you to Steve Hodges. Well, it's open to the committee, bearing in mind we have Mr. Hodges here, but we also have colleagues from the Environment Agency. So do I have any questions from the committee at this stage? Right, hands going up. Councillor Stark and then Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. Steve, I just wondered where you'd thought about ranking the measures in terms of importance. I mean, if I can give some sort of idea where I'm coming from. I mean, I would think that prevention is one of the big issues here, and I'll go on to mitigation in a minute. This morning we mentioned drains, ditches and culverts. And one of the main issues isn't just flooding from water courses or rivers, but it's pluvial flooding, where you get flooding caused to low-lying houses and roads with runoff from agricultural fields and everything else. And I just wondered whether you would consider ranking the measures in order of importance in terms of the priorities you might give them, rather than treating them all equally as they seem to be in the action plan. And drains, ditches, culverts and prevention work would be one of the priorities I would give in the action plan. The second, since we do have a number of colleagues for the Environmental Agency here, and since we are not solely responsible for the solutions to the flooding that is hitting our county, I would suggest that another equally important priority would be working with partners to try and find a solution to the flooding that we are facing. For example, I know it's not our direct responsibility, the major rivers, but I'm rather frustrated not to see much debate going on about flood mitigation upriver, particularly in Wales. I have a ward in Ross which has a river running through it, the River Wye. And although we had a major flood in February 2020, which everyone knows about, the last couple of months, that's January and February, they were near misses, Steve. Quite frankly, I was watching the flooding in Y Street, literally coming up to almost flood our houses again. And we were just holding our breath to see if it would happen again. And so these flooding occurrences, you might talk about 1 in 200 years, but certainly we had a couple of near misses, which would suggest that these sorts of levels of flooding are going to occur in the future in far more frequency. So prioritising the objectives, that's one thing. The measures, that's one thing I want you to think about. And secondly, how we do tackle this flood mitigation issue, because flood defences just shift the problem elsewhere. And if you put flood defences upriver, then my ward in Ross just suffers the consequences. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. To officers present, did anyone want to respond to Councillor Stark's observations?
If I take the first one in terms of prioritising, and yeah, that's a good idea, that we give a bit more flavour, if you like, to the measures we've identified. It's a fair point, fair challenge, and yeah, I'm sure that's something that we can look to incorporate.
Can I add to that, Steve, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, Mr.
I think we have a need in the annual plan for this coming year to revisit that strategy, that flood risk strategy. It's always been on the programme to do that this year, and I think reviewing that strategy and reviewing the action plan that we've got currently is probably the wise choice, and then we can prioritise any of the existing actions or indeed any new actions that come out of that review.
Thank you for that. Dave Throop, you've got your hand up. Is it in response to this particular question?
Yeah, I was just going to pick up on a couple of the second points, if you like. Certainly,
yeah, go ahead.
Reassure the councillor on partnership working. Absolutely right, and we are working very closely with the council on a whole range of stuff. In particular, looking at some communities which have been particularly badly affected. Doing what we call initial assessments on those to have a look if there is a viable flood scheme in terms of what we might be able to do in future, and that very much is a partnership effort. And it also looks at all sources of flooding as well. So we are looking at surface water and pluvial flooding as well as flooding from main river, because you can't split the two in a lot of locations. Hampton Bishop being a very good example of that. In terms of the wider issue and effectively catchment management and looking at what's happening right across the Wye catchment, again, absolutely fundamental issue, and one that's going to be increasingly important if we look at what climate change is already doing, let alone what it's going to do. Heavier rainfall on more compacted ground, and that's not necessarily concrete, that's also agricultural ground as well, is going to have an increase in impact. The issue with that is when you're talking about a catchment of thousands of square miles, that is no small feat. Not to say that it's not equally important, but clearly there is an awful lot of work to do there in terms of land management, funding for agriculture, all those kinds of issues as well. But it is one very much that we are working in partnership, not only with the council, but also other organisations as well.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is, I think, a very germane, pertinent thing to be talking about today, considering the rather strange winter we've had, a lot of rain, a lot of cold. And one of the things you do notice going around your ward is the number of broken culverts and pipes which are still existing and not doing their job, resulting in roads being flooded, houses being flooded, and so on. And I frequently ask that Balfour Beatty talk to the local people who know where all these problems are and consult with them and then fix it. But I'm afraid that doesn't always happen. I think that's very unfortunate. We need to make use of our local assets, our residents, who actually suffer the problems resulting from things like broken culverts and broken pipes, and also unclean ditches, as you might say. And there we need to come to the problem of more education for landowners regarding their responsibilities. I know we have some responsibilities ourselves, but more and more one has to say to the landowners, actually, it's your problem. You must keep your ditches clean and clear, make sure they're working. And some of them look up astonished when they say this. And I said, well, they said, oh, that's surely that's the council's job, isn't it? Not ours. And you have to try and remind them gently that no, it is actually their duty, their obligation. And we will come and do it for them, perhaps if they pay to have it done. But we need to get this clarified, and I think we need to get a more robust policy of education too, I'm afraid. The Environment Agency, well, I must say, I have to take issue with some of the Environment Agency's actions or lack of action. For instance, both on the Lug and the Arrow, there have been serious deficiencies in their work, which in the past have led to flooding both of houses and land. Land doesn't matter so much, houses I do worry about. Certainly on the Arrow, at Arrow Mill, there's large amount of timber in the river itself, been there for years now, and not a squeak from the Environment Agency doing anything about it. There's also a bridge one of whose 3 arches is completely silted up, and nothing has been done about that by the Environment Agency either. And I believe they have a responsibility there. And you do have to question their determination to get on and do the job, or are they just totally bankrupt of ideas and cash to actually help in this way? I'm sorry to be a little bit fierce, but I think it's necessary. You need to see what the Environment Agency can do and will do. And we've got to work together, obviously, as much as we can. And there are bits of the banks of the Lug that have been destroyed in times past by floods that need restoring and have not yet had the work from the Environment Agency, whose responsibility it is to do these works. So the other thing is the council itself, or Balfour Beatty, I do not believe have sufficient drainage teams who are able to do the work to keep our roads free of water. If we keep our roads free of water, we will solve so many of the problems of erosion, destruction, potholes, etc., etc. Combination of water and frost is lethal as far as roads go, and I do not think we have the capacity to look after our proper management of our own problems. We have, I believe, a very small drainage team. We need more, I think. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bowen, I've got three points raised there. Yeah. First of all, you talk about responsibilities of owners. Yeah. There is on the action plan point 16, which talks about riparian ownership responsibilities. Could I just ask Steve Hodges just to clarify where we are with that?
Well, as Steve tries to unmute himself, I'm happy to jump in, Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, Mairead Lane, if you can.
So in terms, I think your question was around land ownership and landowners and landowners' responsibility in terms of the drainage network. Is that correct?
That's one of them. Yes.
Yeah. So certainly, we have worked with parish councils and indeed local members and landowners in the past to ensure that, firstly, where people have responsibilities, they know what they are, and where we can, if they're reluctant to do so, we encourage them to do that. We have got a literature which I know that Balfour Beatty have circulated out to parish councils and local members over recent years as part of the annual plan process. But I think we recognise that probably needs a bit of extra impetus, given perhaps the recent winters we've had, and perhaps a lack of momentum from landowners in terms of maintaining the assets where they need to. So we're working with Balfour Beatty as part of next year's annual plan to launch the literature and the processes, again, both with local members as we consult on the annual plan for next year, and then with parishes. And hopefully make it clear, what our expectations are in terms of landowners and what they can expect from us, and how we can work with them, because we know that the locality stewards across the county have good relationships in the main with local members, parishes and landowners, and they're our first point of contact to help landowners understand what they need to do. But landowners do need to be aware that if there's still a reluctance, we support them, and if we need to, how we will enforce responsibilities if that's where we get to.
But may I say, have you contacted every farmer in the county, every major landowner, every minor landowner? I've given out dozens and dozens of these leaflets through my parish councils, and I still come across farmers particularly who have no idea of their responsibilities.
Indeed, yes. I mean, there will be people who are better informed as to what they need to do, and there'll be some who are more reluctant to do it than others. So certainly our locality stewards, and James Reynolds may want to add to this, will be talking to the landowners that they need to around what needs to be done and how we can support them. And if it's something that we need to do on their behalf, and charge accordingly, or if it's something we can support them in them undertaking themselves.
Well, that'd be good. And concerning
Councillor,
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
So, Councillor Bowen, you mentioned the Environment Agency, and I see that Toby Whitehouse has got his hand raised.
Yes, I was just going to add, if I may just talk to Mairead Lane about the broken culverts and the pipes known by locals, and I pointed this out to Balfour Beatty, but nothing seems to happen. Actually consulting the locals who know the problems and can guide Balfour Beatty as to where they are.
Indeed, and I think this probably links some way to one of the other points you were making around the capacity for the drainage team, and indeed the revenue we've got to undertake the maintenance work and capital work we need to do. As we spoke about in the last item before lunch, funding and reduction in funding is an issue. And investment in the drainage asset, is a real pressure for us as a local authority. We are, as we develop the annual plan for next year, looking to see if there's any further resource we can invest in the drainage asset and in drainage schemes. And certainly some of the additional capital funding that the council invested in the infrastructure asset this financial year did support some structures and some drainage works, and may continue to do so next financial year if that funding is carried over into 21-22.
I do hope so.
But revenue funding for this part of the infrastructure asset is very much a pressure for us as a local authority.
Thank you.
We've got Toby Whitehouse. You've got your hand raised. Did you want to come in at this stage?
It was specifically to talk about the maintenance on the Arrow, so whenever that suits.
Yeah, could you do so now, please?
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, Councillor Bowen, I took a phone call from yourself not long ago, and that instigated a review of the siltation and issues around Arrow Mill. Okay. So, as you correctly said earlier on, there are riparian landowner rights and responsibilities, which fall to people that own the land, upstream, downstream, and the assets that are causing blockage, in this case, can be construed as Herefordshire Council. But in this instance, because there is a demonstrable benefit, we've instigated a project to be carried out this year to look at the feasibility of desilting and removal of timber, and it providing that it's feasible and it's within cost benefit, we will be carrying it out. And so the works are planned, and providing everything goes okay, will be delivered this year. But you are correct in what you're saying. Riparian rights and responsibilities do fall to landowners where there isn't a great cost benefit to agricultural land or residential properties.
Thank you. And what about the works to revetments and bankage on the lug itself, particularly south of Kingsland, which has in the past led to quite major flooding of local roads and houses?
Yeah, so on the lug downstream of Kingsland, there is a selection of flood embankments as well. So we're in the process of evaluating the erosion and how it's affecting the flood embankments, and doing a full topographic survey of the flood banks to see that they are fit for purpose, and if they demonstrate cost benefit, we will be carrying out any repairs that need to be carried out.
I'm glad to hear it, because some of the local residents are extremely concerned that they're in for another flood of their houses, properties, barns, etc. very shortly if we have another major storm. Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of your work. And I hope you'll keep me informed as well, please.
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for that answer. With regard to paragraph 12, the section 19 reports, the way I understood this, and correct me if I've got it wrong, is that, are we saying that it's going to take the next 30 years to collect, to do the reports that are required of the section 19 reports? So if we're doing one a year, and it takes, sorry, if it takes a whole year to do one, and there are 30 outstanding, then it's going to take ages.
Do you want me to answer that one? So I think what we've tried to indicate in paragraph 12 is really just to give a bit more context to the situation, and I guess just to give a bit of background to the severe flooding that we saw in Herefordshire in October 2019 and February 2020. The point we were trying to make was, I was going to say in normal circumstances, yes, we would plan for one section 19 investigation per year, because that's typically what we've seen. We saw some very extreme circumstances in the last 12 to 18 months, and so we're aware that there are a number of investigations that we have to carry out. So what the piece of work that we're doing at the minute is a bit more detailed desktop analysis in terms of some of those flooding incidents, and then that will basically try and inform and shape, I guess, the size of the ask really, in terms of just how many section 19 investigations we will have to carry out. But the piece of work we're trying to do at the minute is really just trying to get as much information as we can, just so that we can have those discussions really about what resource we would need and the kind of timelines associated with that. But yes, it is clearly going to take a considerable amount of time to look at all those areas. But yeah, we're not intending just to do one per year. But like I say, I don't want to prejudge what comes out of the desktop analysis that's currently being undertaken.
Okay, so the challenge I have, or the question I have about undertaking reviews of the flooding issues, is that I can remember being stuck in a flood in 1998, stuck in a flood in 2007, and there have been other floods. So they tend to flood. The roads tend to flood in the same places. That's just my anecdotal experience of these events. But my question really is, if we're looking to do analysis of what's going on now, surely to goodness, we know historically where it floods badly. And everyone will have their example of where that the road's been closed in exactly the same place. So why are we looking to undertake new research when it seems to be that in certain places, it's places where it always floods?
Okay, James, do you want to give a bit of background in terms of some of the prioritization works? Yeah, is that all right?
Yeah, no, no problem, Steve. So there is a legal requirement to carry out a Section 19 flood investigation where there is an incidence of 3 or more residential properties having been flooded. So that's the basis upon which we form our list of Section 19 requirements, and we've got quite a long list of those at the moment following numerous flooding events we've had over the last sort of 18 months or so. So we have to investigate those. Circumstances do change, flooding mechanisms change. So those are the list that we're working on currently. And as Steve alluded to, there's a piece of work, a more in-depth desktop analysis of those going on at present, which should be coming to conclusion very imminently. In terms of things like road assets and the highway assets, where those are as a consequence of defects to the asset, be it blocked gullies, culverts and the like, then we will carry out the works to repair, update, do what we need to do to keep the highway assets open. I think what we'll find in many instances are those highways assets are on the floodplain. They are well within the sort of the flood boundary of what you would expect to see when we get significant flooding events. And in many cases, there's very little that can be done to stop that sort of flooding within the normal cost-benefit approach that would be taken to those. So yes, there are things that could be done to prevent some of the roads from being flooded, but at great cost. When really the focus is more on trying to prevent residential properties and indeed businesses from flooding.
Okay, I'll go to Toby Whitehouse in a moment because I think he's got his hand up, and then Councillor Bowes. But on that specific point, James, the challenge that I would have back is that, yes, where properties are flooded and on occasions where they're continually flooded, it's a huge problem to those residents, and every sympathy must be with those residents who are blighted by that situation. So I can understand why they would get a higher ranking in terms of putting resource to resolve these issues. No one's disputing that for a second. But the challenge I have back is that where those roads are closed, and they are the key routes for emergency services, that surely to goodness puts those people who are dependent on those emergency services in jeopardy. And so the cost benefit analysis, does it take into consideration those issues?
I guess it's very difficult trying to assess what that network looks like in terms of being able to provide emergency access to properties or buildings. In many cases, emergency access through what are effectively road closures can be maintained, unless there are, unless the road is so far submerged that it's utterly impassable. But we are trying to maintain a safe network out there, so we do have to close those roads where the flooding dictates. In terms of being able to assess the cost as part of the cost benefit, I'd have to take that away and have a look at how that's assessed through the sort of application process.
Okay, and not to labour the point, but just to give you a concrete example, if an ambulance is at the bottom of Elston Hill and they can't get to Bodnam, or they can't get to Worcester, or they can't get to wherever because that road's closed, that is a serious concern. And I'm just concerned that there isn't enough weight being given to that situation where if there's a delay because they have to use an alternative road, or the road is just completely impassable, that is a huge risk to those people needing emergency services. And I think that's the thing that really concerns me. Yes, rightly so, we get lots of concern about avoiding flooding to existing houses, but it's the road network as well. And if we cannot get people to the emergency services, or the emergency services can't get to them. That to me is a huge concern. Right, Toby Whitehouse, you had your hand up, but you...
Yeah, apologies, it's down now.
Oh, okay, jolly good. Right, Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Bowen about people not realising that they have some responsibility for clearing drainage and ditches. And I know we rely a lot on our locality stewards, who are very good. Natalie J, by the way, fantastic lady. She does a great job, but we've also got a flood management project officer, I read in here. What are we doing in terms of comms to people to tell them about their responsibilities, not just relying on you know, the locality stewards? And what are the implications if they don't do it? Do we have enforcement action? How long does it take? Because I know our enforcement action in a lot of other areas can take forever. So, you know, how long does it take to enforce it, and what is the process?
So I guess picking up on the on your first point about the natural flood management project officer, so that's alluding to the NFM project, pilot project that we've been running in several catchments across the county. So Beth Lewis, our project officer there, has been, you know, liaising with communities and landowners there, and talking to them about their roles and responsibilities. But it was a pilot project, and it was, you know, aimed in certain areas. But, you know, there's a whole lot of good stuff has come out of those, you know, discussions, and just raising that awareness within the communities, and helping the communities helping as well in terms of, you know, identifying some of these key areas of concern, and, you know, key things that, you know, we can all do together. But like I say, it was targeted in certain areas. Your question then around, you know, how long does enforcement take? Well, that's the piece of work that I struggled to come off unmute for, and Mairead talked through. So that's the piece of work that we're looking to launch, you know, in the coming months, you know, with Balfour Beatty. So that's a piece of work that's been looking at, you know, how that process works, and how we take it forward, how we have those local conversations. And yes, you know, enforcement is there, you know, it's an ultimate sanction, but, you know, hopefully through some of this communications and engagement, hopefully you avoid enforcement. But yeah, enforcement is there, but that's the process that we're looking to, like I say, just re-communicate to everyone over the coming few months.
So do we get involved with parish councils then? Because I know parish councils, quite a few of them change quite regularly, and there's, you know, so they may not be aware of it. And do we go to groups like the NFU and ask them to share information with their members? Because I think there's actually a lot of people that don't realise that it's their responsibility, as Councillor Bowen said, that they assume it's the council.
Yeah, I don't know, James, are you able to comment just in terms of, because in terms of the you know, the leaflet that's been developed and how that's been disseminated, but I know that has been shared on a number of occasions, you know, with different groups, but possibly James can say a bit more.
Yeah, so all of the locality stewards have usually have handfuls of the riparian responsibilities leaflets that they will hand out appropriately on their duties, when they come across a particular issue. They will usually have a polite conversation with the landowner in the first instance, and provide them with the leaflet explaining their responsibilities. They also make sure that on their travels they keep the local parishes also with handfuls of these leaflets, so that they can be handed out through that avenue as well. We will always get people who are more on board than others in terms of their understanding of the responsibilities, and hence redeveloping the process now to get to, as Steve said, the ultimate sort of enforcement piece that's being just finalized at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stark.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I widen the debate into the flood warning process that we get in terms of weather warnings, because I think that's a very important part of any flood risk management strategy. is the early warning. And can I ask or try and understand what our relationship is with the Met Office or with other agencies that might be giving us weather warnings? And I'm also conscious that the context in which these floods take place does change. For example, the water table can be a vital issue in terms of the land's ability to cope with the flooding. So I'm really trying to widen the debate, Chair, into trying to see if there are aspects that are not covered in the flood risk management strategy at the moment that might be worth covering, even though it's not directly our responsibility. And one would be liaison and early warning for residents and businesses in terms of flood warnings. And second would be the monitoring of water table statistics, because that would give you an idea of how capable or the capacity of the land to absorb the rain that might be coming our way. That's my 2 points, Chair. I don't know who would want to answer that, but that's what I would like to discuss today.
Happy for volunteers. Right, Dave, through.
Yeah, I'll take that one. A very valid point, and it's an area that has had a huge amount of improvement and money spent on it since the 2007 floods, where the PIT reports, which was the report that followed up those very large summer floods, made a recommendation in terms of flood warning and improvement of flood warnings. And now we've got the National Flood Forecasting Centre at Exeter, which is based at the Met Office headquarters, where we've got our experts sit with the meteorologists, and this is a 24/7 service, and they look at exactly the sort of thing that you're talking about. So what we call antecedent conditions, so the weather beforehand, how much capacity the soils have got, how much water's already in the rivers, all that kind of stuff. And we're in a very different place to where we were 10 years ago on this. The quality of the forecast is much better, down to subcatchment levels. And the forward look is much better now. Our kind of 5-day outlook is almost as reliable as the 2-day was 10, 15 years ago. So there have been considerable improvements, but it's never going to be a precise science. And for all the improvements that we are making, we've also got to factor in the extreme conditions that we're starting to see through climate change now. And a lot of our river models, the way that we predict flooding, are based, inevitably, they're based on past experience, a lot of it. So, we are seeing rivers that do things that they haven't done before, and some of our models are struggling to cope with that. We are working on improving those with the most up-to-date information we've got. But, it is a balance there, and certainly climate change is beginning to have some significant impacts. Once we've got those forecasts of bad conditions and high river levels, we essentially do two things with them. We've got our public flood warning service, which is available to anyone and everyone, and that's the flood alerts and the flood warnings that we put out. And we've also got the professional partners service, which a lot of council officers will be familiar with, where we have initially a flood advisory service call, which is a call amongst all of our professional partners, and that's local authorities, police, fire and rescue, all that kind of stuff, where we give the early heads up of what may be coming, and then if we think things are going to escalate, then we move it formally onto tactical command groups, TCGs, and that sort of stuff, when it enters the kind of formal arena that you will have seen on the recent large floods. So in summary, there is a huge amount of work and effort that has been put into this. We are in a much better position than we were, but as you've seen over the last 18 months, things are moving apace on this, and we've got to move faster than climate change, I think, is the main message.
Chair, if I can just follow on, and it may be a matter of communications, but I'm thinking of my residents and businesses that were flooded in 2020, and we are talking about making them more resilient to flooding. And one of that must be giving them the early sort of warnings that they need in order to prepare any flood defences they might have installed. And I'm just not clear that process is actually complete that you may be doing a lot of work on the environmental agency side. You may be collaborating very closely with the Met Office, but I just want to understand where we come into that in terms of, as a council, in trying to alert, including myself as a ward member, the residents and businesses that could be affected by that. Even if they're not affected, I'd rather they were forewarned rather than not be forewarned, so that they can do anything that they need to do in terms of prevention.
Can I bring Rosie in at this point in terms of the kind of community
yes, by all means,
with the flood warning system?
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Chair. Just to reiterate Dave's previous comments around some of the improvements we've been making to the flood forecasting service, and also specific to your item around people with sort of resilience measures and trying to improve the warning that those communities have to better prepare them for incoming storms and increased river levels. So with the expansion project that we are currently undertaking, we're able to include other communities that wouldn't have had such a bespoke service previously. And there are various places within Herefordshire that are included within that at the moment. And also off the back of the flooding from last year and also this year, we've been able to use that information and data collected during those events to recalibrate our flood forecasting model for the River Wye. And that will bring about a better level of accuracy going forward as well, in terms of trying to forecast these events with more precision and perhaps accuracy on timings and such like, which I know has been some of the feedback we've received. And obviously we're trying to improve our service where we can. I think there's also an aspect here around the engagement with communities linked into previous items that is around what flood plans are in place and where flood action groups are and such like, who we link in with, making sure that they've got the available information that we also have, so that then they've got the messages within the information that we're able to publish within those those specific flood warning areas, so they know when that means that they need to take action in relation to what they need to do individually, which obviously we can't do a bespoke flood warning service for individuals, but we can do for communities and work with flood action groups, etc. around that.
Thank you for that, Rosie. Is there something to be said for a warning system that can incorporate extenuating factors that add to flooding events? Because the natural temptation is to wait for it to rain to then start worrying about these things. But I certainly know the flood of 1947 was due to a huge amount of snowfall that sat there for ages, but then saturated the ground, and then was that extenuating factor. And I'm sure people who were very cold in 1947 hadn't a clue that this was then going to lead to a seismic event that was some of the worst flooding ever, I should imagine.
Yeah, I think there are those other aspects in terms of our models and what they're able to respond to in terms of what inputs that our experts put into those models in order to get those timings and forecasts in terms of levels and such like. And I know that snow melt is incorporated where possible within our flood forecasting models. Obviously that is a contributing factor, and obviously one we've seen more recently as well, with the contribution towards very saturated catchments and the topping up of those sorts of things. So I think what Dave mentioned around there's sort of new ways in which the weather's reacting, and therefore we're trying to keep up with what those sort of extremes are and try and incorporate them within our science behind the flood forecasting models as well. So that's what we're working nationally with the Met Office around, to see how we can develop these flood forecasting models, and hopefully some of that learning will hopefully come back more locally, so we can incorporate with that in our models in Herefordshire.
Chair, it's a recommendation, Chair, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
I think the agency should use our channels of communication as well, Chair, including things like Talk Community, because I just feel that we have channels of communication that can get to parts of the community that perhaps the agency can't get to. So I think I'd like to have a recommendation that when it comes to early communications on weather warnings, that we do actually ask the agency to make sure that the council's communication channels are kept informed, so that they can actually then pass the information down to parish councils, because I think that's a very good route that by which you can get to the businesses and individuals that need to be informed.
Okay, thank you. I've got Mairead, you've got your hand up. Was it in response to that specific point?
It was really just to add a little detail really on from what colleagues, EA colleagues covered. Obviously, at times of warnings and flood, we will engage our emergency planning team, liaise and work with the Environment Agency and other agencies to prepare for and to communicate flood events, and we use both our website and indeed social media channels to share warnings and the preparation needed as these events are approached. That isn't to say that we couldn't improve on that, but I certainly would like to ensure that the committee were aware that there is a mechanism as to how we engage and work in terms of multi-agency group as we prepare for events, during events and after. And certainly our duty officer will generally provide updates both to senior officers and members around the events and what's happening, and he's always available for communities to come to in the event of these during these events if support is needed. So not necessarily referred to in the report that's being considered, but I think it was just worth adding in how we work with the Environment Agency at these times.
Thank you. All right, I've got Councillor Wilding and then Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Chair. My first comment is a more wider comment, really, and it touches on various different things to do with if you have been flooded, what you do, or how you're warned if there's going to be a flood or whatever. I've been looking at our council website this morning, and I don't see a section on it which talks about flooding. Really, I'm looking at it now, and there doesn't appear to be anything on there that anyone who might want to find out something quickly can go to the website and find out who they should contact or who could give them advice, etc., etc. So I guess my question is could the website be improved in that way? I mean, this goes right through to, could we have flooding apps? Could you have an app that lets you know what's going on? Does the Environment Agency have a section on their website that gives you information that we could link our website to? So it's just a general thing there.
I think there's a recommendation there, Councillor Wilding.
Chairman, I've just been looking at the Heritage Council, and there's a huge section on flooding regarding what you do with your personal house. I'll send it to you.
Well, while you're there, Barry, just tell me if it's on the front page. Where is it?
I'll say it's on the front page.
The thing is, it's a bit like the climate and ecological emergency pages, as was. That they're there. There's been a lot of work on them, but if you just go to the front page, there's no way of knowing they're there or how to get to them. So that's what's really needed.
Can I just respond to that just very quickly? Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
What the approach we'd probably tend to take is, I guess, if we're aware of a flooding issue or adverse weather, then usually the approach from the council would be to put prominence to those on the front page of the council website. So I know there's like a banner, if you like, that appears at the top of the page. So that will normally, allude to, things that we think, are pertinent, to the time. And, it's fair to say that in certain recent times, flooding, has been fairly prominent, on the front page. But obviously things change and, priorities change and, people move on to the next thing. But, you know, you're right to highlight. It's that balance, isn't it? In terms of everything's important, but how do you make everyone aware of everything? We do have information regarding flooding. If you go to the herefordshire.gov.uk/floods, that you know, there's a series of pages. But you know, you're right. There's always ways we can improve it. You know, and you know, we do try to update it and keep it, you know, up to date as and when we become aware of different things. There are a number of, you know, links and hyperlinks, you know, to other things that we think people may, you know, find interesting. But again, it's that balance between, you know, replicating information that people can find elsewhere and, you know, putting everything on our website as well. So again, it's that balance. But you know, take the point in terms of, you know, there's always different ways of displaying it, and you know, always open to, you know, comments and observations really in terms of, you know, if people think there are things missing or things that should be there or given more prominence, then yeah, happy to take those comments.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding communication with parish councils, I suggest the parish clerk is probably your swiftest way, because they can do a direct mail out to every one of the parish councillors, and that is, I think, your simplest and most effective way. Talking about the flooding in villages, and Alton and Brimfield, I think, are the only two parishes who have their own flood groups. We did get the Environment Agency to come down to do some, well, installing some monitoring kit, both in Brimfield and in Alton. The trouble is, the monitoring is wonderful for Brimfield, but does absolutely nothing for Alton, really, I'm afraid, because it's too far down the stream where the kit is. They said the higher up one was too close to the main road and was too dangerous, etc., etc. Leaky dams, which I think can have a very beneficial effect in moderating the flow of floods. But the trouble is, not all landowners cooperate or in any way want to be having to do with it, or don't even believe in them, and generally, shall we say, ignore them or the possibility of them. I have seen them in operation, and they have been actually pretty effective. I'd like your comments, please, Environment Agency, about them.
Sorry, on mute. Yes, natural flood management is without doubt a growing part of the toolbox. And I think, as I started off when I started talking about the challenge, you know, a lot of this is in terms of wider land use management, and the whole suite of natural flood management, leaky dams, and all the rest of it, retaining water for a period of time. It certainly does have an effect. We are just getting the results of the pilot scheme, the £15 million pilot scheme, which Herefordshire was part of. And I think the results from that, if we can present them in the right way, should be quite influential in terms of hopefully persuading people, landowners, parish councils, that sort of stuff, that these things really do work. And it's all about taking the top off the hydrograph, really. You know, it's not about preventing water getting to bigger rivers. It's about it all not arriving at exactly the same time. So I absolutely agree. I think our challenge is in terms of presenting that evidence in the right way and in a persuasive way. Herefordshire Council have been fantastic with the natural flood management work. I think it is seen as pretty much an exemplar, and one of the main reasons for that has been the amount of community engagement and landowner engagement that's resulted from it. And certainly in the next 6-year programme, you know, we really need to build on that in Herefordshire. I think there is an allocation or a draft allocation at the moment. We need to build on the really good work that has been done.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
is the Environment Agency involving the NFU in this matter as a matter of interest? Because they obviously probably have the largest amount of capacity for building these leaky dams and such. But as I said, not all of them are in, shall we say, in favour or even know about them.
Yes, we are. We're engaged with all the landowning organisations, CLA, NFU, at national level. But you are right. There is a challenge there, and some of it is a cultural challenge, and you know, those some of the very traditional views of agriculture is that's not what we should be doing. So there is without doubt a challenge here. And that challenge is largely going to be won on the ground, on the local ground. So if we can demonstrate that it does work, that it doesn't cause issues to local farmers and that kind of stuff, and it also does reduce local flood risk, then that's where we need to be with it.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve Hodges, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, all I was going to say was just to make members aware that there is information about NFM and some of the measures that Councillor Bowen and others have just mentioned there. So herefordshire.gov.uk/NFM, and there's a number of, you know, what we tried to do is just to give some examples, just to make it real, and just to share with people, what's been done. And yeah, NFU and a number of other partners, they're part of the steering group. So in terms of NFM as well, so they're part of the local conversation as well. It's really important to to have these important stakeholders on board and appraised as to what we're doing really.
Okay, if I can ask the committee, we're looking for recommendations with regard to any recommendations to put forward with regard to the action plan that's before us. Obviously, the actual flood risk policy will be reviewed in 2022, I presume, because the policy will be coming up for renewal. But if we could look for potential recommendations with regard to the action plan. One of the questions I have for officers is that under the management strategy, we've got objective 4, which is management of flood warnings, etc., and we've discussed flood warnings already at this at our meeting. But I'm wondering, given the tragic outcomes that some flooding events actually have and the loss of life, which is absolutely tragic, are we doing enough to bring public awareness to the sheer dangers of flooding that can arise? And I'm thinking in particular of where cars have been driven into flooded areas that don't look as deep as they are, and then actually they're very deep. And the awareness, are we doing enough to raise awareness to road users that cars are just not built for going through roads? So that's it's just a critical point. We all see traffic ahead of us going through these flooded waters and think, oh well, if they can make it, I can make it, and whatnot. But there is a real danger there, and are we doing enough to highlight those dangers?
Well, thank you, Chair. I'll just on behalf of the council, it's a good point that you make. It's an issue we have, and indeed, if Balfour Beatty make us aware of as the road closures are put out on the network at times of flood. It is. We do make drivers aware of the reasons why the roads are closed, and we do ask them to be patient and not drive through floodwaters. Some drivers are very impatient and don't recognise that the roads need to be closed either because the water is there, or potentially for a period after, if the road needs to be cleared to make it safe. So it's a message we try to put out, particularly over our social media channels, or indeed on radio or TV interviews, that drivers do need to take the signs seriously. There is either standing water there that they shouldn't be driving through, or there is a need to clean the road up afterwards to make it safe. But we will need to continue to make, to put that message across.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bowen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to that, there's a move among some of the villages. They should be allowed to put out flood warning signs. And certainly Alton itself is very keen to do that, and in fact is perhaps taking the law into its own hands. But with the connivance, I think, in the best possible way, Balfour Beatty, they've got a particular area that is a frequent flood zone, and they do put out notices. And I think perhaps other villages should be, with responsible people, should be given permission to do that. It seems sensible. A recommendation that broken culverts and pipes should be, we need more in our in the maintenance and the teams who look after our drainage. We need a better force who can actually cope with our drainage, I think. And I think that should be one of our major recommendations, really. If you can keep the water off the roads, then we're halfway towards keeping our roads in the first place. A recommendation of more education for landowners regarding their responsibilities. And also to encourage the Environment Agency to carry out their duties. And I know they are strapped for cash, as we all are, I think, but there are certain places where they certainly are not doing enough, I think, at the moment. And that's certainly backed up by a lot of local people as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those.
Could just say about making sure parish clerks are your point of contact, or one of your points of contact.
Okay, so we've got a list of points there. Councillor Stark and then Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my recommendation would be the point that I raised with Steve Hodges about prioritising the measures in the action plan rather than treating them all the same, which of course would touch upon Councillor Bowen's point about drainage, because I said two of the priorities I would give would be, one would be the drainage point and the other one would be working with partners. Another recommendation would be to educate residents. One of the issues I have as a ward member is residents come to us thinking that we supply sandbags to them. And by the time you've gone round the houses and talked to Balfour Beatty, talked to the flood team in Herefordshire, then you might or might not get sandbags, but it's not a council responsibility to provide flood sandbags, not necessarily. So I think there's an education issue for residents here as to what responsibilities there are on them and what they can expect from the council and from the EA as well.
Thank you, Councillor Stark. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd agree with everything that Councillor Stark just said. I think education and communication is key. And I wonder whether we ought to do some sort of yearly review with parish councils, even if it's just a survey monkey thing that they have to complete that gives details of flooding in their area that's happened in the last 12 months, just so that we can get some sort of, I don't know, be able to analyse in a much more timely way the information and not just rely on locality stewards. Get some information to parish councils so that they can respond quickly to a short, 5 or 6 question survey about things that are happening within their area, because I don't think we're getting the information back, and if we are, we're not analysing it in a timely manner. And I think the more we can communicate and educate people about their responsibilities and what the council can and can't do to help them, the better.
Okay, so there's a recommendation there to improve communications between the parish councils and the council and agencies to help furnish them with the issues. Councillor Bowen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a recommendation that we use local knowledge and act on it as well. All too often it gets ignored, and that's a great mistake, I think. They know where the flooding is, they know where the pipes are blocked and broken. Use them. I'm afraid that doesn't always happen. And also, I think our locality stewards would love to have a little bit more direction of where the funds are going, and when they again, they've got good communication with their members, they know where the problems are, and they perhaps need a little reinforcement in their ability to make sure the funds are going in the right place to do the most good. Thank you.
Okay, so it's parish councils and extended to members of the public, communities. Always a good thing to include both. Councillor Stark.
Yes, thanks, Chair. And since James is here, I wonder if there's an issue around the way we prioritise the inspection regime that's carried out by locality stewards. I'm well aware of having spoken to locality stewards for my ward that trying to get an inspection for a particular road can be quite, in terms of frequency, can be quite difficult, depending on the priority given to that road in terms of car use. I think maybe the risk of flooding has to come into that inspection regime, so that if roads are prone to flooding, as you said before, Chair, that is taken into account when the locality stewards are using that sort of approach in terms of the priorities they have to give to the inspection regime. And that could include drainage as well. I don't know if that already happens, James, but I was aware that if some roads were not considered a through road, they might only be subject to 12-month inspections.
So the inspection regime will be carried out in accordance with the HMP, the Highway Maintenance Plan, and those inspection regimes will vary depending on the nature of the road, classification, the usage, that sort of thing, whether it's on the strategic network or not. But it will take into account, those inspections will take into account all factors around the highway, be it the use of it in terms of cyclists, pedestrians, the nature of where it sits in the floodplain, for example. So we will carry out the inspections in accordance with the plan.
But I just wondered whether we need to take account of this pattern of flooding that we're getting, at least to look at the inspection regime and see whether we need to allow for the areas that are prone to flooding to be inspected more regularly, or are you saying that's not possible?
Anything's possible. I think that would just need a review of the HMP to understand the implications of that and the value that would bring.
Okay, so then is there a recommendation there, Councillor Stark, that...
well, yeah, the recommendation may be to review the highway maintenance plan to see whether it is feasible to actually take account of those areas that are prone to flooding that we know are going to flood. Yes.
Yeah, I think that would be a good recommendation. Should the plan be adjusted to focus on the impact that flooding will have on the county's roads. Right, so we've got quite a few recommendations. Can I just check with the clerk? We've got some recommendations that are being jotted down. Is there time to just have a look at those recommendations as they are, and we can go through them? Unless anybody else has got any comments, we can always come back, but I think it's important that we just focus our minds on the recommendations as we've thought them through at this stage. Thank you.
As I say, Chairman, another very much first draft for your consideration.
Yes, understood. Yeah. So
the first one's intended to pick up Councillor Stark's point about when he was talking about giving some, rearranging the action plan. And I think, was it James said that it would be better if that was done following the review of the strategy?
I think, given Councillor Stark's comments, wouldn't that be something we should be recommending is looked at now rather than waiting till 2022?
So, it's a matter for the committee. I was trying to.
I mean, I don't know what the rest of the committee feels, but I'd be pressing for this to be reevaluated without waiting for a further review of a policy.
Okay. Just leave it at that. Reevaluated. Yeah.
Yes. On the second one, Tim, I was talking about working in partnership with the Environmental Agency to look at flood mitigation, because without any action on that, then we're going to continue to have flooding across our major rivers anyway. I don't know if we're doing enough in that area, Chair. That's what I'm thinking.
Just trying to think of the words of.
Yes. And if you want to be more specific, we are talking about the upper reaches of the River Wye particularly.
Well, actually, the lug and the arrow also, if I may say.
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, Councillor Bowen, I don't mind.
Yes. I know we live in opposite ends of the county, but we both suffer from the same problems.
Yeah.
On all water courses?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Just changed. I know you're probably hungry, Tim, but it says food mitigation. If you could just change.
Sorry.
It did say flood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hungry too. Yes, that's why I spotted that. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, you're being cruel to our poor clerk.
I know. Well, it's dreadful how everybody's watching somebody else working. This never would have been the case in a public meeting. Right. Okay. Further efforts be made to reinforce the message, emphasise their rights. That's about the
No, I think we have a problem
rights.
here, Mr. Chairman. Emphasise their responsibility as riparian owners to not to maintain drainage on their land, because they can do what they like with their own drainage, but it's their riparian duties they must be
understood.
Encouraged on.
It's riparian responsibilities.
Yes, they're riparian responsibilities.
Riparian responsibilities.
Yes. Yep. Riparian responsibilities as riparian owners, yes. With perhaps only one W possibly.
The next recommendation speaks for itself.
Well, it doesn't have sufficient resource. It needs to actually increase its resource to manage drainage issues and invest in that asset.
Would it be to say then? Would it be better to consider how it can put more resources?
Yes, I think that would be sensible. How the council can increase its resource capacity or increase its resources to manage drainage issues and invest in the asset, in the drainage asset.
Then the next one is the one I raised about surface water on roads and the weight given to those problems. That can be reviewed. I would appreciate that recommendation. And we have liaison between the Environment Agency and the council to disseminate information to residents. And we've got the role that parish councils and the wider community and communities
and communities.
And community groups.
Yeah, community groups, yeah. We take on board the point that Steve Hodges made about in the event of a flood issue, the item rises to the top of the website, but it's just a general point I think that Councillor Wilding's making is that, how many clicks does it take to get to essential information?
It's not always.
It's not always
identification on the web, immediate identification on the website. That's it. Back to website.
It's readily.
And it raises the question. I think it was Councillor Wilding. It raises the question about whether we should adopt an app-style approach to identifying key things on our website, so that we don't have to click through a multitude of screens. Which then has the potential to link in with other agencies, Environment Agency information. I'm paraphrasing Councillor Wilding, but I think that's the essence of what you were on about.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah, another one about responsibilities of residents themselves and the respective responsibilities of all concerned. Then the next one is to encourage parish councils to be engaged in a review of the issues that they face with regard to flooding.
Yep.
Yeah, could you just clarify that a little bit, Chairman, please? Sorry, because
well, I think Councillor Bowe's suggestion that we should survey, encourage parish councils to undertake a survey of their own survey as to what they think are the main issues.
Just on a yearly basis, just contact them, with 5 or 6 questions. Have you had any flooding? Where do you consider something like that, so that at least we're getting that information quite quickly.
And how we can improve our response to the flooding.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chairman, I'm getting intermittent problems with my broadband, so I'm going dark.
Okay, noted.
Would that capture it, Councillor Bowes? Yeah.
Thank you.
With regard to be had to the knowledge of local residents
and parish councils.
And could I just ask on that particular point, Steve Hodges, is that something that the reviews that are being undertaken would naturally take account of, or is that something extra that would need to be built in to the reviews?
So what we've done since the flooding in October 2019 and February 2020, we've had quite a lot of feedback, it's fair to say, directly from people, partly because of the grant schemes we've been administering, partly for that reason, people coming forward with information, and partly there has been information that we've sought from people as well. So I think it's fair to say we have had quite a lot of local input to date.
So would you advise, I mean, obviously it's our recommendations, but would you advise that it would be helpful that we, either through the website or some mechanism, encourage members of the public and parish councils to provide further information where they think it's relevant?
Yeah, I think that's always the issue, really, because we rely on people feeding us that information, and and sometimes not everyone chooses or perhaps is even aware that we want this information. So yeah, anything that can be done to to encourage that flow of information, if you like.
Okay, so I think the key word there is take actions to encourage members of the public and parish councils to provide information. That way they're covered. Then we're asking for reviews from parish, the surveys from parish councils, but meanwhile they don't necessarily have to wait for a review. They can be encouraged to put forward information at any time.
Yeah, again, it's the kind of thing that there is, a link on our website, encouraging people to tell us about, flooding they've experienced. But yeah, there's always ways of improving it, or banging the drum a bit more. Yeah.
Thank you. And then Councillor Wilding, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just wondering, a further recommendation. I'm not exactly sure how it would be worded, but I don't see a large amount of information about the climate and ecological emergency sort of woven into this report. And I just wonder if more of a link needs to be made between flooding and the climate and ecological emergency, so that people are made aware that the everyday decisions they make actually do affect them and do affect the flooding situation. I know that it's a much longer term thing in a way. You know, a decision you make to fly to India for a holiday may not appear to affect the fact that flooding is coming off the farmland and covering your road in mud. But I think there is a link, and it may be worth trying to think of a way of making that clear.
I must point out, Mr. Chairman, we've had flooding in Herefordshire since time immemorial, before any of the modern climate emergency stuff was around.
But we're talking about...
I'm just saying, it is not a new thing. It's been with us forever.
But we're talking about it happening more regularly.
It's happened with immense regularity through the centuries in Herefordshire.
I think people are aware of it, Chairman.
Well, if someone could put forward some wording, it's obviously the sentiments are noted. It's just getting it down in wording that encapsulates the point Councillor Wilding's trying to make. That's the challenge.
I think what we're talking about is the link between the flooding and the climate change that's happening. That's the thing we want people to be aware of.
Yes, because this morning we were talking about, flooding events causing roads to be washed away. And to a certain extent, we were saying we deal with that this afternoon. And there is we have not dealt with it in any way. And it's all very well to say Storm Harold or Storm, whatever name you give it, was this flood. But it's not, is it? It's a build-up of the water table, of all sorts of things, which is causing this to happen more regularly.
Yeah, I mean the link could be made through the website. Yes, Tim. It could be made more prominent in the website how the two are linked.
Okay, are you, Councillor Wilding, are you happy with that wording?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. Any more recommendations at this stage? Is it not a feasible situation? Can I ask the question for Steve Hodges? Is it not feasible for us to say the Section 19 reports are, the mechanism for doing those is in somehow expedited? We explore how they can ensure that more reports are done per year.
Yeah, I guess so, because it's something we're going to have to consider over the over the coming period, really. Because like I say, the desktop analysis information will be becoming available, and we'll need to set out what our approach will be for carrying out those investigations.
Because it's got to be streamlined. It's got to be streamlined, hasn't it? Because if we're only currently, I now know that it won't take 30 years, but if we normally do one a year, we really have to streamline this process so that we haven't got a massive backlog of these investigations.
And I think it's probably just worth saying that part of that is around identifying resource to do it. Part of the reason why we do one a year is the resource level. If doing it at that pace isn't acceptable, as you've queried, so it's about ensuring the resource is found to enable the Section 19 to be done at an appropriate pace.
Yeah.
Can't we have some sort of software, Chair, where the data is in, because obviously resource and money is always an issue, but if we have some sort of software package where the data is entered by the public or by the parish council or whoever, maybe that would help to speed up the putting together of the report, and then items could just be pulled from it, because I know resources always is going to be an issue. But maybe if we made the public, or asked the public, you know, or the parish council or whoever to complete that data entry part and answer the questions, that would form the basis of the report. I'm not sure.
Well, it's certainly, I mean, streamlining getting the data from parishes and residents is helpful, but it is a technical study that's also part of the process. So that will always, you know, necessitate the need for you know, an engineering view, or you know, a technical view of why flooding has occurred and what the options are for dealing with that. So that, you know, in terms of the resource required to do studies at pace, I think that's something that, you know, if the committee is minded to make that a recommendation, needs to be expressed within it, to, you know, to ensure that that pace and that resource required is something that's considered.
Okay. Do we have any further recommendations? No? Okay. We have those recommendations before us. We're all happy. No one disagrees with any of those recommendations. So I think we'll be in a position to vote for those recommendations in a moment. Before we do, and not to progress things too much longer, do we have any comments from officers, seeing as we've got the Environment Agency here? Any further comments our colleagues would like to make? We could go to the main screen, please, Tim.
Oh, sorry. Apologies, Chairman.
Yeah, and any further comments from officers? We're all happy that we've discussed the matter.
Nothing from me, Chair, and just thank you for considering the report today, and some interesting considerations for us, both us and our partner agencies to consider.
Yeah, nothing further from us. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, and thank you for attending this afternoon. Much appreciated. Right, okay, if we can then go to vote on the recommendations.
Okay, Chair, non-voting members are just being moved out the room now. We've got 6 voting members on this poll, and the poll should be in front of you now, 4 against and abstain. And all the votes are in. Those have been unanimously approved, Chair.
Okay, if we can just invite everyone back and progress with the meeting. Just to confirm, all of those recommendations were voted through unanimously. And once again, thank you to officers and our colleagues from the Environment Agency for your attendance. And thank you for all of the contributions that you've made. And so I move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the item for the works programme. And okay, well, you all know the works programme. You've all been working very hard this afternoon and morning, so I'm sure you'll want to get on. But before we do, are there any more comments about the works programme? And we note the next meeting, which is in April now. Any further comments? Can I have an agreement that we approve the works programme? All in agreement? Okay, thank you. Councillor Durkin, you're in agreement? Not sure, but right. Okay then. Right, without further ado, thank you very much for your contributions.
Yes, I am, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Durkin. Thank you all very much for your contributions this morning and this afternoon. Another long meeting, but 2 very important issues that were discussed. So appreciate all of those comments and your perseverance. And thank you to Councillor Bowen for standing in. Okay then, everyone, have a good afternoon. And can I just ask that the live stream is closed?